Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the European Ideas Forum 2024. I'm Anna Nalivaiko, and together with my colleague Theo Larue, we have the pleasure of being your guides during this two-day event with very interesting and timely discussions.
Indeed. EIF is a Martin Center flagship event, and as per usual, it takes on the challenge of addressing some of the most pressing EU issues. Held under the umbrella topic, Europe's Future in Focus, this event comes at an important time as we embark on a new 5-year term and we seek to outline the EU's priorities until 2029 and beyond.
During these 2 days, we will have several panel discussions, exclusive interviews, and conversations with esteemed guests. You can follow the EIF here in person, of course, in Brussels, but also on the Martin Center website and YouTube channel. This year, we are also pleased to have 2 media partnerships with Euronews and Financial Times FT Live. So you will be able to follow the formats that are in partnership with these outlets, also on the Euronews and FT Live platforms.
We also want to make this event as interactive as possible, so we do invite both the in-person and online audience to participate. At the beginning of each panel, we will present a poll on Slido, which you can answer by using the event code EIF24.
We also want to thank our partners for their collaboration in making EIF24 happen. These are Apple, AT&T, Johnson & Johnson, Meta, and Qualcomm. But without further ado, for the official opening of the event, I'd like to invite here on stage the president of the Wilfred Martin Center for European Studies, Mikuláš Dzurinda.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the Martin Center European Ideas Forum. To those of you who have decided to join us in person, but also to those who are participating virtually, a very warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean that 4 significant events occurred in the outgoing year. Events which will have a profound impact on the future of the EU, but also the future of global geopolitics. The first and main challenge is still represented by the war of Russia against Ukraine. This war, unfortunately, continues, and it is not unfolding positively. It is having a negative impact not only on Ukraine, but also on the Eastern Partnership countries, especially on Georgia, on Moldova. The war is significantly affecting events in the Middle East, but also in Africa. This war has also exposed the confrontational axis, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. The second significant event of the year is the European elections. These elections have brought a visible strengthening of the policy that is often called far right. It is a policy that advocates for national sovereignty even in areas where a common European approach would be more beneficial for all. It is politics that seeks to completely eliminate immigration rather than control or regulate it. That looks more towards Russia than towards the United States or the West. It is a policy that favors collectivism over personalism. It should also be noted that despite the aforementioned shift to the right in the European Parliament elections, European institutions remain stable and have undergone a smooth transition from one legislature to the next. It is commendable that the new European Commission has been approved by the European Parliament, being able to take up its duties without any delay. As even number 3, I would mention the report of Mario Draghi. Draghi's report bluntly highlighted the EU lagging behind the most advanced nations in terms of economy, competitiveness, technological progress, and also the EU's ability to resist current and future military and hybrid threats. Last but not least, we have to take into account the presidential elections, also parliamentary or congressional elections in the United States. Presidential elections in the US have brought a clear message for Europe. We must take care of ourselves much more than before, especially in terms of our own security, as well as security of our neighborhood. The question of the day is therefore, can we, and if so, how can we respond to these new circumstances, to these new challenges? It seems to me that if the EU wants to withstand these new turbulent times, if it wants to have a future, it has only one option: to complete the process of its integration, both horizontally but also vertically. Horizontal integration means completing the enlargement process with the countries of Eastern Partnership, but also with the countries of Western Balkans. Vertically, it means building the EU into a political union that will be able to speak with one voice in the world, that will be able to defend itself militarily, that will be able to face hybrid threats, and that will be economically, technologically, and militarily strong enough to defend and promote its interests in its neighborhood, but also globally. Vertical integration has priority because it is a necessary condition not only for the more efficient functioning of the EU, but also for the final phase of our enlargement. Dear friends, we face a monumental challenge arising from a rapidly changing world. To heed the call of our time requires, above all, wisdom and courage of political leaders at both the national and community level. Our leaders need a qualified input and assistance in shaping policy. We can do that through high-quality analysis of ongoing processes, but also by anticipating future developments, and most importantly, by proposing solutions. This is precisely the domain of political think tanks and political foundations. This is precisely the domain of our Martens Center's work, and this is also the ambition of our conference. I consider it crucial that European leaders ensure the exercise of their power strictly respects the principle of subsidiarity. This means delegating powers from bottom up, from the level of member states to the common community level. If we understand this principle, if we respect and implement this principle, then we will not irritate member states from the level of the European institutions and their platforms by preaching about how they should adjust their national legislations in areas that, according to the European treaties, but also the principle of subsidiarity, fall exclusively within the competence of member states. On the other hand, but at the same time, it is evident that we are lagging behind in areas where we need to unite more closely and take action. Our leaders at both levels should initiate the necessary reforms. Reforms that are also encouraged by Mario Draghi's report. It is clear that in foreign and security policy, we need to speak with one voice and, above all, act instead of endlessly and often fruitlessly negotiating. Yes, I am referring to a change in decision-making from unanimity to voting. And this should be done in a way that seriously considers the voice of every single member state. A major challenge is to implement reforms that will strengthen the EU's economic competitiveness and increase its technological advancement. I believe that even in this area, the subsidiarity principle will show us where healthy intra-EU competition is beneficial and where we need to join forces much more than in the past to complete the single market, to build the capital market, the energy union, to apply measures promoting economic growth, innovations, modern technologies, startups. My dear friends, the challenges we face are also reflected in the program and structure of our conference. We will talk about demographic development and immigration, about Europe's position in the present and future world, about the world of innovation and cutting-edge technologies, about democracy and dynamics in the environment of political parties and ideologies, and of course, about our defense, about our security. I am looking forward to the conversation with the re-elected European Parliament President, Roberta Metsola, in a while, as well as the new European Commission Vice President for Tech Sovereignty, Security and Democracy, Henna Virkkunen, and new Commissioner for Defense and Space, Andrius Kubilius, and other distinguished guests. I am also excited to engage with representatives from business community and our conference supporters, namely Apple, AT&T, Johnson & Johnson, Qualcomm, Meta, as well as media partners, Euronews and the Financial Times. I thank you all for your support and active participation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our conference will be greeted by Mr. Manfred Weber, the European People's Party President and faction leader in the European Parliament. Thank you very much.
Dear Mikuláš, dear friends from the Wilfried Martens Center, dear guests, dear friends from the EPP family. I send you my best wishes to your today's European Ideas Forum. I cannot be with you because I have to travel to Washington. In this moment of time, an IDU meeting takes place, and our EPP commitment on international level, especially in regard to our American friends, is more needed than ever before. That's why please allow me to send you this video message. I send you this message with a warm thank you because your contribution from the center towards our EPP success in 2024 was crucial. We voted for our manifesto, which is the guiding document for the next 5 years for the future of Europe. On this space, people gave us a mandate to govern Europe, to give Europe a good direction. And your contribution from our think tank as EPP, from the Wilfried Martens Center, was crucial to develop this document in Bucharest. That's why thank you so much for all these efforts, for all these ideas, for all these thoughts. And you know that it was successful. We won the elections, 180 million people participated. EPP is by far the biggest group in the European Parliament, and we increased the numbers of seats. And finally, we brought Ursula von der Leyen as Commission President and Roberta Metsola as President of Parliament in office. Ursula, second mandate. Roberta, second mandate with the best outcome of a President of the Parliament ever. So we are very proud about our two presidents in the lead of Europe. And we as a group are now working on implementing the ideas for the future. Our promise is about competitiveness, about security in war times to secure the European Union, and also on migration to win back control about our external border. A lot is at stake, a lot is to do, and we do this together. We do this with your fresh spirit, with your fresh ideas from the Wilfried Martens Center. For example, on the considerations about the future defense union, your documents were really strong and substantial. Again, I thank you because we need this fresh input, and I think Andrius Kubilius as a responsible commissioner, and in the lead of the commission also Henna Virkkunen as our executive vice president, our whole team is really exciting to get your feedback and get your deeper analysis about where we are. For the party, I count also on your contribution to make our party now a modern European party, to do the next step of development. After success, we should not lay back. We should simply re-engage and consider what is next, what do we have to do. So you feel a lot is at stake, and I enjoy it. I really like it that we can now give Europe a positive perspective. Power comes hand in hand for us with responsibility. That's our spirit as EPP. So let's work together. I wish you a lot of good discussions in the forum this year, and looking forward for further engagement. Bye-bye.
Thank you, President Dzurinda and President Weber, for your inspiring words. At this point, dear audience, I'd like to introduce to you the first topic of today: Europe's demography, immigration, and changing societies. How many reasons to panic? To provide our panelists with some insights and data, I invite you to answer the following poll on slido.com. You will also see QR codes just around the room with the event code EIF24. The question is, how should Europe address the aging of its societies? We will have a look into the results of the poll halfway into our panel discussion. But now I'd like to pass the floor to Vít Novotný, Senior Research Officer at the Martens Center, who will moderate the first panel. Vít, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to our panel on demography, immigration, and emigration. You would have heard of this. Demographic aging, birth rates in a free fall across Europe, hundreds of thousands of vacancies that we don't even begin to fill with immigrants, let alone with European Union citizens. Big holes in our pension systems, depopulating countries and regions. That's a pretty scary list, isn't it? Should we panic? If so, in what direction should we be panicking? To offer us some advice and hopefully some consolation, we have put together an excellent panel of politicians and experts. We're still waiting for two of our speakers. I will introduce the one that's with us in the room. Rainer Münz is a senior research associate at the Martens Center and a visiting professor at the Central European University in Vienna. We're expecting soon here in the room Nicole Demore, the State Secretary for Asylum and Migration of Belgium, and connecting online, Sofia Zacharaki, Minister for Social Cohesion and Family Affairs of Greece. So, Rainer, I will begin with you. Is a demographic panic justified? Before you start, Mr. Moore, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. No
problem. I've just introduced you, but I will now start with Rainer.
Okay. So, good afternoon. It's a pleasure being here, although I'm not sure whether it's going to be a pleasure for you to listen to us, but we'll see that in a moment. Remember the year 2012? Obama just got re-elected against John McCain. Donald Tusk was Prime Minister of Poland. Angela Merkel had already finished her 6th year in power. David Cameron was still in a coalition with the Liberals, preventing him from resorting to a referendum, things like that. But the main reason to remember the year 2012 is another one. The year 2012 was the last year when we had more children born in Europe than people dying. The last year in your and my lifetime. It will never be again the case that we will have more births than deaths in Europe for reasons that are obvious, although not known to everyone, because we live in a continent of extremes. Europe has the highest life expectancy among all continents, and Europe has the lowest number of children per woman or per family of all continents, although there's places like Singapore or Korea or Japan where it's even lower than the European average, but single countries, right? So, since the year 2013, things have evolved. We now have about 1.5 million people in excess dying over the number of children being born in the EU 27, but we have the same situation outside the EU, be it from Moldova to Norway to the UK. So it's we are not the EU is not special in that sense. The number, and then we have the baby boomers entering into retirement. Many of them already having retired at an early age, way too young usually, and the younger generation, the next generation now at the age of 0 to 20. About to enter the labor market next year or within the next 20 years, is 35% smaller than the baby-born generation. And this creates that kind of lack of labor that Vit, you have just described. Now, no reason to panic. There's 6 easy ways out. 6 easy ways out. Easy theoretically, on paper, mathematically. The first easy way out is prevent people from retiring. The later you retire, the better from a demographic and a socioeconomic and a labor market point of view, because you continue contributing the system before starting to take out. So the ideal would be you work till you die, but I think that's not the way we want to go it, but at least 3, 4, 5 years more over the next 15 years would help a lot. Would help a lot. That's the, mathematically easiest way, because it contributes both to the labor market and to the demography and to the social security side that you have rightly alluded. So, second way out, work more during the week. Yeah? Plenty of people are not working full time. In the country where I live for the moment, Austria, 52% of all women and 13% of all men on the labor market are working sometimes between half-time and 2/3 of the time. Why? Because of high taxation rate. People find out, I have been working 40 hours, I'm working only 20 hours, I don't make half of what I made before. Maybe I'm going home with 3/4 of what I had before. Yeah? So marginal taxation punishes full-time work. No discussion about that. Lack of kindergartens, lack of facilities for children who are going to school in the afternoon, all that thing also contributes to that development. So, third way out, bring in groups who are not working. So we have a group of domestic housewives and mothers. Same issues apply, particularly when it comes to taking care of the children. Members of diasporas and immigrant communities, particularly women, also of Turkish, of Afghan, of Somali origin, of whatever, you can name it, much lower labor force participation, regardless of whether they came legally or via asylum, than native women of the same country. And then we have a group of young people who didn't manage to properly graduate from our educational system. The acronym is NEET, called neither in employment, nor in education, nor in training. Yeah, so we have plenty of needs, so-called NEET generation people among young people, particularly of migrant origin, so of parents who have immigrated. Fourth way out is bring in more migrants. Now, the Martens Center has just recently published a publication to which I have contributed, which shows if we would continue bringing the type of migrants that we had over the past 10 years, it would not help. Most of them are not readily joining the labor market, because the main avenues of arrival is humanitarian, asylum, temporary protection, think about Ukraine, and marriage, migration, and family reunion, also often bringing people who are not ready to join the labor market anytime soon. So we would need more migrants if we would not have a much higher retirement age, but not exactly the type of migrants that we have seen over the past 10 years. So this is a caveat. Fifth way out, do not reduce pensions, but index them below inflation rate. Maybe not for everyone, so one could exclude the lower segments, but if the pension payments wouldn't go up at the same extent as inflation or above inflation, like many countries have been doing in the past for obvious populist reasons, because the pensioners are a big group retiring after retirement, voting for middle-of-the-road parties. So you can say that's a voter's bribe by working on their pensions. And the sixth way out is higher taxes and higher contributions. So you see, addressing the demography issue is the best way of losing the next elections. Not addressing is the alternative way of losing the next elections. Thanks a lot for the invitation.
Thanks, Rainer, for that punchy introduction into our debate. Ms. Demore, do you see a reason to panic? Do any of these proposals appeal?
Well, I think we should never panic. Well, first of all, very happy to be here. Happy to see you all. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important discussion. And I think we already had a very interesting 6 ways out. Of course, as a state secretary competent for migration, I would like to address one of the possible way outs, and this is migration. But I think, of course, the topics, demography, migration, changing societies are deeply interconnected and are fundamental questions for the future of our union and of our shared values. I also want to apologize for being a bit late, because we are, we hope in the final phase of government negotiations to form a new government in Belgium. And also within these negotiations, migration, even integration is an important topic. Lack of labor forces is an important topic. So we even see in current negotiations that the topics you are addressing today are important and are forming our decisions. And it's clear that Europe's demographic situation is not a reason for optimism today, and the aging of our population has significant consequences for our welfare system, for our labor market, for our intergenerational solidarity. In Belgium, we have a fertility rate of 1.6 and a very high population density. And these challenges are very concrete every day. And the debate is perhaps not so much about increasing this number, which would be seen also by the population as too intrusive or against the individual right to choose his own family or whether or not to start a family. But of course, the topics are of the work-life balance, or the availability, the affordability of childcare are also important topics on the political agenda. Now, at the same time, we see employers increasingly demanding for labor forces from abroad, and at the same time, we have societal debates, which are often very intense, around how to manage such inflows of migrants, for example, when it concerns housing shortages or capacity in education or healthcare. So it poses a lot of challenges to our society. Now, generally, I believe the demographic and societal realities described demand a dual response. This is, on the one hand, increasing the labor market participation of the existing or present population. As you already mentioned, there are some groups are really underrepresented on the labor market: women, seniors, groups with a migration background. And on the other hand, we have to manage migration in a way that meets our economic needs, while, and this is very important, also fostering social cohesion. We should not forget this last part when we talk about migration. So in other words, migration, if managed well, this is a very important condition, can be part of the solution. And this part of the solution is also very important. I do not believe migration is the only way out. As you mentioned, there are different ways out. Migration is one of it. And I think about 1 month ago, I was in Vienna at the ICMPD migration conference, where we had some very interesting discussions. And there was Professor Ivan Krastev, who observed that Europe is sometimes afraid of its own attractiveness for migration. Our societies fear that they are, well, simply put, too many of them and too few of us. This is our demographic challenge, and this perception contributes to what is then described as the demographic panic. Yet I think it overlooks the reality that migration, if well structured, can rejuvenate our societies, can support welfare system, and can sustain economic competitiveness. But there are some very important conditions. Because doing so, we must address this public concern with pragmatic solutions. And of course, I know we are not helped by the disproportionate media attention for irregular migration. I say disproportionate because it's disproportionate in numbers. As you know, there is less than 10% of the migration that receives more than 90% of media attention. And this fuels, of course, political polarization. Now, we as policymakers have the task to redirect this conversation towards comprehensive migration management, highlighting regular migration and its benefits. But of course, in order to redirect this attention from irregular migration, we need to find solutions to fight irregular migration. We should not only redirect a conversation, we should find solutions. And I think we can do so by delivering on the task. We have to make new legislation to manage migration in a more orderly and legal way. And there, the EU Asylum and Migration Pact comes into the discussion, the pact which Belgium helped to secure during the presidency of the Council. This is a huge step forward after more than 10 years of discussion in Europe on how to manage migration. And it provides a framework for such a balanced migration approach, especially on asylum, because it not only strengthens solidarity among member states with a clear division of solidarity and responsibility, but it also helps us to manage migration flows and to fight against irregular migration. Now we are now at the stage where we not only found an agreement on the pact, we have managed to put it into legislation, but now implementation is key. It's a priority for all member states, and I see all member states are currently now working towards implementation, which is very reassuring. Of course, we need to be realistic as well. It will take some years before we actually see the results of the European pact on the ground. Secondly, it is clear that aside from the EU Asylum and Migration Pact, we need other measures as well, both at the European as well as on the national level. I think on the European level, we need to work on more durable partnership with countries of origin and transit countries in order to better manage migration flows. Migration management starts where migration itself starts. So this is really important. Now, on the national level, and turning to the Belgian situation, I already mentioned we should not forget to work on social cohesion. A society does not grow from itself. We have to construct it. So it's an important challenge. One of those challenges, and you already mentioned, is that in our legal migration, we continue to see that it's dominated predominantly by family reunification and not by labor migration. And of course, it's human and natural to prioritize families, I think a value deeply aligned with Christian democratic principles, but this also limits our ability to attract the kind of workforce that we need to sustain our competitiveness and our welfare system. Now, how can we address this concretely? I believe we should align our integration policies much more closely with our migration policy. We cannot have a successful migration policy without integration policies. This is what we forgot or neglect to do in the 50s, 60s, early 70s, when we first needed labor migration forces in the post-World War economies. We started to attract labor forces first inside of Europe and then from outside of Europe, in Belgium, predominantly from Turkey and Morocco, where we had concluded agreements. But we saw this form of labor migration merely as a way to attract labor forces. We did not pay any attention to the integration of those new citizens and their children and grandchildren into our societies. We used in Belgium and in many other countries and the gastarbeiters. The wording already explains how we saw this kind of labor forces. We thought people would come and work and then they would go back to their own countries, which of course did not happen. And we only started to develop integration policies 20, 30, 40 years later. So this is really important. Successful integration is something that benefits not only the newcomers but the whole society. And when we first started to develop integration policies, some voices still saw it as a hard policy or as a punishment, but integration is not a punishment. Integration helps people to find their future, to build a constructive future in our lives. It helps people to contribute economically, socially, culturally to their new homes, strengthening also the very fabric of our European way of life. So we need policies that focus on education, housing, community engagement to help preserve the values that define Europe, which is democracy, equality, and freedom. And when migrants are empowered to participate fully in society, they do not only help us to uphold and enrich these principles, but also to make Europe stronger, more resilient in the face of change. And of course, it's easier said than done, but I think we have taken some important steps in our national policies. We should continue to do so. people not only have to have access to integration and language courses, but we need to make sure people follow these courses. We need to install in obligations to contribute into our society. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think these are, perhaps I will leave it up here for the introduction. Migration is one of the ways out of our demographic challenges, but only if we manage to organize it properly, orderly, in a legal way, when we fight irregular migration and work on integration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In the meantime, Minister Zaharaki has joined us online. Sofia Zaharaki, we have been discussing some of the demographic challenges facing Europe, demographic aging, depopulation, problems with pensions, etc. How do you see things from where you are in Greece?
Actually, I see them from a very small village somewhere in western Greece. And actually, it's one of the places that has seen a steep decline in demography. So I would say I'm at the right place at the right time in unfavorable conditions. But still, I'm very happy to be here with you at the Martens Center event. I was supposed to be there in person, but I had to be in the city of Kastoria today, where we introduced a local growth plan. And I think locality will play a very vital role in trying to revitalize the local communities and actually allow younger people to stay where they wish to stay. It would be a part of a reply when we discuss about ways to tackle the demographic situation. I heard a lot of phrases and a lot of things that we constantly discuss here in Greece. Yesterday I was with the EPSCO Council meeting, and we also mentioned the role of demography. Commissioner Svitsa was there and with her renewed competences, and I was happy to introduce the first ever for Greece all-comprehensive action plan on demography. It is the first member state that introduced this horizontal, let's say, action plan right after the toolkit with the European Commission. And if there is time and allow me to share some data from Greece, we have seen since 2011 Greece having a negative natural population balance. Half of Greece's population today is over 46 years old. More than 1 in 5 residents are over 65. And of course, we say that in some demographic projections by 2070, the largest demographic group in Europe and Greece will be women over 90 years old. As I heard, of course, the opinion shared by the expert and, of course, from Belgium, I couldn't agree more than if we talk about migration, we will mention, of course, the positive impact that it might have, but only if we're talking about controlled migration, tackling irregular migration, and of course, talking about integration. And I believe here that in our local communities, we haven't been successful in doing so. I feel that the social cohesion part of migration, of education policies, integrating younger children in language acquisition, and of course social activities programs has not been that effective, especially here in Greece. And of course the professional qualification path and the professional achievements by migrants here have been overcast by uncontrolled flows that we had seen back in 2015. Of course, as a center-right government since 2019, we have managed to contain illegal migration by 85%, and we have seen harmonization in post-asylum policies, expeditionary asylum policies, and a strict law concerning irregular migration here in Greece. But we cannot do this alone. As the border of Europe here, we have made sure that we constructed a wall in the eastern part of Macedonia, and we have tried to introduce just but strict laws when we're talking about migration, especially from the islands of the Aegean. Now, what is important when we're talking about the migration role in demography is to try also to balance the feeling of the local communities. This feeling of unrest that it might incur, and talk to them in a pragmatic way, in a pragmatic manner, when we say that there is a just system, there is a strict system, but we need, especially in some communities, we need the important role of migrants, especially in these deficiencies in the workforce. Now, apart from migration, allow me also to share some very basic data about our national action plan, because migration can be partly, as we said, a part of the solution, but it cannot be a sole part of the discussion. Now, we worked with all the other ministers because it has to be, as I mentioned before, a horizontal action plan. We have already compiled this decade-long plan of 100 targeted actions, an estimated budget of 20 billion euro, and the key pillars of our action plan include family support, work-life balance, strengthen the workforce, especially intensifying the efforts of women and the younger population, focusing also on needs, and I heard that you had this discussion before, managing the aging population and boosting regional economies, just like we do here with our targeted action plan for growth, especially for the local economies, as I said. We want to help young people start families without, of course, compromising their professional ambitions. Women, in particular, face substantial barriers due to caregiving responsibilities, and expanding their participation in the workforce, as I said before, is achieving to alleviating labor shortages. From 2019 to 2024, women's employment in Greece rose by 24.6%, and their average earning increased by 14.3%. And in 2025, we will be also transposing the competent directive on equal pay. We have extended maternity leaves to 9 months for self-employed women, female farmers, and we try to create parity with the public sector and made it transferable also to the father in order to share the burden, let's say, the responsibility for child rearing. We have already significantly expanded access to early education, child care, providing early intervention, increasing all the budget for vouchers for parents to be able to acquire this position in childhood care, early childhood centers. And we also introduce best practice from other countries, like the model of France with the neighborhood nannies. We want to, of course, as I said before, help the younger population participate more in the workforce. And since 2019, we have created over 500,000 jobs and achieved a net 28.9 increase in youth employment. You mentioned before the part of the expat communities, and you know that in Greece, because of the recurring economic crisis, we have seen more than 500,000 young people, dynamic young people, leaving the country back in 2012. Now, it is a sign of optimism that we see about 300,000 younger Greeks coming back to Greece in the past 5 years. We want to make sure that this continues. We have launched Rebrain Greece initiative from the Ministry of Labor alongside the private sector, where we upload all the existing professional qualification, let's say, opportunities, job offers, well-paid job offers in IT, in medicine, and of course in pharmaceutical industry, in order to attract the younger dynamic population come back. And we are working very closely with the private sector. We have introduced tax relief measures for all family-centered policies in order to help, of course, create a framework, a positive framework, and help the younger people make a decision should they want to have a family. Now, I don't want to leave out the very important aspect of informing the public, because you know that when we're talking about demography and the decision of younger people also to have a family, should they want to, is also a matter of perception and mindset. So starting January 2025, we will launch a campaign in order to help inform the public of their choice, and of course help them inform of all the measures in order to boost the family, in order to boost the professional career, and also inform them of all the measures that we take about the housing initiatives here in Greece. Now, talking about housing, let me also inform the esteemed guest today that we have launched a strategy in order to deploy a budget of 5 billion euro for the next 5 years in order to have an all-comprehensive housing strategy here in Greece. So, yes, intensify the professional perspective and aspects of the younger population and women and people with disability. Number two, trying to balance, of course, the work and life obligations, reactivate the aging population. We have introduced laws in order to reintroduce the pensioners into the workforce without them losing their pension. And we see that more than 200,000 people have come back to work, pensioners coming back, and also trying to control migration and help more this integration part, but it has clearly failed in some communities, and we really want to remedy that. But then again, I couldn't stress enough the element of the necessity for that to be a European policy that it has to be strengthened even more. Asylum process, integration process, in a fair and just way when we talk about contribution of migration to the demographic challenges that we face.
Thank you, Minister Zacharaki. I think I will now ask a colleague to come to the stage and introduce the result of our Slido poll.
Thank you, Vít. Indeed, we have quite some interesting results for you from the question we asked, which was, how should Europe address the aging of its societies? So as you see here on the screen, 47% voted for promoting flexible retirement and part-time work for pensioners. Same percentage, 24% voted for create conditions for more women to be able to work, but also accept that the population will shrink and the economy will stop growing, and only 6% voted increase immigration to fill vacancies and skills gaps.
Okay, thank you. That's an interesting outcome there. Would anybody in the room care to comment, maybe? Rainer, Mr. Moore? Yeah.
I'm happy to comment. This seems to be, how you say, from a political economy point of view, this seems to be the cheapest way out. Yeah? Let people retire and have some of them continue working, right? Now, why is it important to increase retirement age and be flexible at the same time? Flexible is fine, but if the retirement age stays the same, flexibility will usually be below the statutory and pension age. So if you move up retirement age to 67, 69 or something like this, the flexibility can remain, but the people will choose another benchmark for their flexibility decision. So if you want to have people work longer, it's not only sufficient to make to have that below the ceiling. Yeah, you need to rise the ceiling, and then still people can retire early. But you need an, how you say, for the fairness of the system, you would need an actuarian, how you say, malus on retirement early, which would be about 8% for a year. So if you retire 5 years below the statutory retirement age, you would get 40% less on your pension. Now, this would be a large disincentive for many people to choose that. Now, as a matter of fairness, one would see that one need to exempt many categories of blue-collar workers from that kind of development, because their life expectancy is 10 years lower than people like us here in the room. This needs to be taken care of. But the fact that civil servants retire 5 years before they are due to retire is something that should not be stopped, because maybe they are not incentivized anymore to work, but should not be gratified by giving them a full pension. And I think you would need that kind of flexibility. Now, let's go to the last one. we do not need to increase immigration to fill the gaps. We just need other immigrants.
Different type of immigrants.
There was 22 million immigrants over the 10-year period from 2013, from 2022, who came to an EU country. Third country nationals entering an EU. 22 millions in 10 years. Among them, a third of them in the year 2022 only because of the Ukrainians. 7 million of these 22 millions were first asylum seekers. 4 million were people under temporary protection from Ukraine. This is more than 50% of the total inflow. Employment rates in these groups, surprisingly small, takes 10, 15 years till they get to the same level as those. We had less than 4 million people arriving in Europe with a labor permit. And that's too small. And that brings me to my last point here, because you said we as Christian Democrats should have a favorable view of family reunion. No, I did not say that. In a way. I heard it, maybe I have overheard.
No.
I think it's important to understand that there's 3 types of family reunion. Now we see, as we have handed out almost 4 million refugee status papers to people living in Europe, these refugees can now bring their families. Okay. The second one is labor migrants. If you hire a highly skilled person today, you have to allow them to bring their family. They will not come if you say, stay away. Huh? If we would only hire PhDs, we shouldn't worry about that. But the most important avenue in family reunion is families who have never existed before. That's marriage migration. I take the example of France, but we could also talk about Belgium. Take the example of France. France has handed out 10,000 labor permits to Algerian nationals over the past 10 years. 10,000. The number of family reunion cases between Algeria and France was 157,000. If you do not think that these 10,000 labor migrants have brought 15 family members with them, which is, it's not realistic, you can see. The vast majority of family reunion between France and Algeria, between Algeria and France, is members of the Algerian diaspora in France with French citizens getting married to Algerians living in the ancestral lands of their grandparents. And many of these people, the majority of them women coming that way, are not incentivized to join the labor market because it's not the purpose why they get imported by their families in a way. And I think we have to at least rethink that part of family migration. It's my personal view. I know that is not shared by everyone, but at least I want to put this elephant on the table, right?
Thanks, Rainer. Mr. Moore, you wanted to respond.
Yeah, I think it's very important that you put the elephant on the table and in a reaction, because these results do not surprise me. In particular, the last result, the 6%. I always give this as an answer to everybody who says we need labor migration, we need more legal migration. It is very difficult, if not impossible, to advocate for more legal migration if you do not address irregular migration. And I do not believe those that say, well, we need legal migration to solve irregular migration. No. That's not the connection. These are not, it's a different group of people, and you need both actions. We can facilitate legal migration for the labor market, but at the same time we must address irregular migration, and we need other measures. It's not because we allow people to migrate legally that the others will stop coming irregularly. It's another group of people, but it's impossible to organize and to advocate for legal migration if you do not fight irregular migration. That's the interconnection, not the other way around. And I hear you saying we just need another type of migrants. Well, correct, but it's a little bit more difficult or it's easier said than done, let's put it like that. But of course there are ways, and I think two important things. First of all, in organizing the legal migration or facilitating labor migration, we need to make choices. We cannot allow labor migration for any kind of job. So we need to be very intelligent in allowing or listing the kind of jobs for which we facilitate labor migration. It's not for any kind of job. If we do organize labor migration, people often have the idea that the people that we need on our labor market are just waiting somewhere for us to allow them to have a visa. That's not the reality. Often we need to organize labor migration in a way that we also connect it to education programs or cooperation with countries of origin to make sure that those labor forces that we need are formed somewhere. They are not just waiting. We need some specific profiles. We need very technical profiles. So it's not that easy to say, well, we just need to give visa and then people will arrive like that. We also need to organize integration policies. I already mentioned that. So I think we can organize legal migration, but for me, it has to be part of a broader migration cooperation with countries of origin. This is very crucial because this is what we need to manage migration flows, to address irregular migration, to return those that are in irregular stay. We need to have durable partnership with countries of origin. Legal migration can be part of it, but we cannot just organize legal migration from whatever country and for whatever job. But we can do more to attract the migrants that we need. Secondly, that's another part of the discussion. We often talk also in Belgium about active and passive migrants. Active migrants are those that we attract because of the job. They come to Belgium to fill in a certain labor market shortage. And then there are all the passive migrants, which are those that are coming through family reunification, asylum, or any other kind of reason. I do not like even the wording active and passive migrants, because it looks like the first group is coming to work and is working, and the second group is not coming to work. They are coming for other reasons, so they are not working. Well, the last part is not what we should accept. Also, those coming for other reasons, like because they are in need of international protection, they get asylum, they come for family reunification. Of course, we need to adapt legislation on family reunification, I agree, but there will always be family reunification. We need to do more to get this group active on the labor market, and it is possible. It's not easy, but it's possible. We need to adapt our social systems and adapt our integration policies to make sure we help them as soon as possible to find a job and in the labor market. And in Belgium, for example, we changed our policy to activate asylum seekers a couple of years ago. And when I first started doing this about 4 years ago, I got a lot of reaction that we should not focus or prioritize activating asylum seekers. They just arrive in Belgium. They come from a traumatized situation, coming from a situation of war, or they were in dramatic situations on the route towards Europe, which is often the case, of course. But there were a lot of people against the fact that we should prioritize asylum seekers, and it was very difficult to activate them on the labor market because they are in a reception facility, they do not have a car to go to work, etc., etc. So there are many reasons to say, well, it's very difficult. Well, we still prioritized this group. We organized job markets in our reception facilities. We found solutions for the mobility issue. We even had bicycle classes in reception facilities to learn people how to ride a bike. This sounds very small as an action, but in a lot of reception facilities, asylum seekers are now getting on their bike to go to work. They have found a job through the job markets we organized, and the results are amazing. Nobody in Belgium expected that we could have such a results. And of course, it's a small group, the asylum seekers. it's only 10% of the whole migration influx, and there are much more people in family reunification. But we do see that when we manage to lower some thresholds, when we actively organize this activation policies in the reception facilities, we can manage to activate this group. It's not easy, but if we would only do the things that are easy, we wouldn't do anything on migration, I think. So it is possible to active also the so-called passive migrants, and it's not even possible, it's necessary to do it.
Thank you. I would like to ask our audience now to start thinking about your questions or comments. Before you ask, I just want to highlight one point from what Minister Zaharakis said, something that we forget, the success of Greece shows us the bringing of more people into jobs, increasing the employment level, as you pointed out, and I think this is the EU's forgotten success story sometimes. When you look at the past 2 decades, many more people of working age are now actually working than there were then. Now, questions or comments from the audience, please. If so, please raise your hand, quickly introduce yourself and speak to the point.
May I add something? I'm sorry, something.
Please go ahead. Yeah, please.
Sorry, I was actually listening to Nicole right now about what we do and shouldn't do when we actually sometimes refer to at the same time legal and illegal migration, and we by mistake, I think it's done very forcefully sometimes by radicalists when they do this show, but we have to definitely discern between the two. I would like to mention how important it is to work better with the regions. What we do here in Greece is try to identify a little bit the local needs and connect them to the corresponding petitions for hospitality sector, which is very much, of course, lacking people here in Greece, especially at dynamic ages, all private sector, where we see areas, regions like Peloponnese, really seeking for legal migration, professional, let's say, options. And secondly, point out the vast importance of working well with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as regards, of course, to targeting that part of bilateral relations, so EU and the corresponding country of origin relations, and try to work better on doing that. So I would say that 2 points I would like to stress. What we do here in Greece is working better with our regions, identifying the local needs, and then trying also to smoothen out possible local reactions by the local population when they see that integration works well when it is connected to the professional needs that are met. And secondly, of course, the huge importance of working well with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, respectively, in order to identifying those areas of collaboration. Just those 2 points, because my connection is very fragile and I'm not sure how long I can stay in the connection. I just wanted to make sure that I also contribute in these last 2 parts of discussion. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks for the specific examples from Greece. Much appreciated. There's a question behind me here.
Great, thanks. Yes, my name is Sandra Kaduri from Keeping Channels Open, a dialogue network. My question is just about any practical measures to help citizens. It seems to me there's a bit of a gap here, because if we're talking about older workers, they seem to be struggling to get jobs. So what is being done to encourage citizens who maybe have been marginalized, who've been out of work, to fill the labor gaps? Where are these labor gaps? Because I don't see them. And also to help people adapt to the new labor markets, technology training, lifelong learning. Where is that? Because I don't see it. So what efforts are being made to help these older groups, marginalized groups, to connect with the new labor market?
Okay. The policies, or the perhaps invisible policies. There's another gentleman behind me, and then there's a question there at the back, and that's, I think, all we have time for.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Not to disbalance the audience, but as the mic was here, it's a question to Madam State Secretary Demur. You have mentioned Ukrainians under temporary protection. I would like to ask, do you see any structural differences compared to other migrant groups from the point of view of ability, readiness for social integration during this 2.5 years they started to arrive? And I forgot to present myself. I'm Andrzej Zajec, Head of Office of the Council of Europe to the EU.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And there's a last question there at the back, Andrea.
Thanks, just Owen from the Martin Centre. I asked this question as a humble economist, but wouldn't one potential solution just be the implementation of a points-based Australia-style immigration scheme with a list of available occupations updated regularly? Thanks.
Okay, so we take the 3 questions. If there is more time, I will take more. I'm sorry, but right now we have to answer the question. So who wants to go first on any of these 3? Ukrainians, well, that was specifically for you, Ukrainians in Belgium. The apparently invisible policies to get more people into the labor market and the points-based system. Who wants to go? Minister Zaharaki, please.
I would also like to apologize also to esteemed panelists, but I have to leave again for a 4-hour drive to Athens. I just heard the question about how we can activate, and it was a very succinct question, and I think a successful point of discussion. Just some practical examples of what we do here in Greece, trying to activate the GMI holders, people who get the guaranteed minimum income. So these are unemployed people, and we just introduced an employment scheme. So we have reskilling and upskilling programs that are quite extensive in order to introduce people to the new local employment reality. And after that, subsidized programs where we pay full wages, and we cover that for 12 months. And when they finish, we continue paying their pension scheme, let's say, all the amount that incurs for another 24 months. So we do a lot of work with the Minister of Labour in order to activate that part of the population, younger population and more aged population that have been out of work for a long time, mainly targeting the GMI holders guaranteed minimum income, also people listed in the unemployment benefit scheme. And we also target the older population. We introduced reskilling and upskilling programs as well as digital skills reskilling and upskilling programs. And also working with the local employment services, we introduced a program targeted at the people aged 55 to 67, which is the retirement age here in Greece, 67 years of age, where we can help them reach more easily and in a more comprehensive way the retirement age. So activation is very important, especially in countries where have seen steep declines in employment rates, but a very steady, consistent effort to create more jobs and help them get back to a new, of course, digital and employment reality. So I would say that these are 3 practical examples of what we do using local funds, state funds, budget funds, as well as the RRF funds.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Zaharaki. Mr. Moore, specific question for you.
Yes, 2 questions on migration. Perhaps first of all on the labor migration. I often get this question, why do you not organize labor migration like Australia does or like Canada does, where for some specific jobs you can apply for a visum to get to Europe, to Belgium, as a labor migrant. And the reaction is, well, we already have such a system. We have, people do not know, but we have in Belgium, depending on the region where you want to go to, Flanders, Brussels, or the Wallon region, we have lists of jobs, of professions where you can apply for. So you can come to Belgium when you are a high-skilled labor migrant. This is already for a long time the case, and for many years it was the only possibility. You need to to be a highly skilled labor migrant. But since a couple of years, you do no longer need to be a highly skilled labor migrant. You can come for very middle or even lower skilled professions based on a list, which is then based on the labor market shortages. So each region decides which is the list of jobs where you can come from. For which you can come to Belgium. But what I notice is that, well, a lot of people do not know, also in Belgium. I often get the question, why don't you organize labor migration? It exists, and I often, well, in order to talk about migration and to get in the debate, often, well, in migration there are a lot of elephants in the room. I often do what I call the living room debates. I go and organize debates on migration in smaller groups of people, and I always start with a little questionnaire, a quiz. I ask how many people do you think arrive in Belgium every year as a labor migrant, and people do not know. They often say 0 or a couple of hundreds. Well, it are 10,000s of people that get a visa to come and work in Belgium every year from outside the EU. Inside of the EU are, of course, a lot of European nationals come and work in Belgium, but also non-European nationals. So it's a good thing. It's because our labor market needs it. Of course, as I already mentioned, we need to address the integration, housing shortages, and so on. But it's a good thing, but we also need to promote it. A lot of people do not know that it exists. So the answer, in short, is yes, but we already have such a system. And as for the Ukrainians, well, we saw a lot of similarities with other types of refugees. And in the first period that people arrive, and of course this was very specific for the Ukrainian refugees, it was a lot of people in a very short time. But the first period people arrive, it's not easy to activate them on the labor markets. And for Ukrainians, the specific of the particularity which made it even more difficult is that it were often single mom with children, which is even more difficult to activate them in a short term on the labor market. So the numbers of Ukrainians active on the labor market in the first periods were very, very low. In the meantime, now it's changing. More and more Ukrainians are working. They are quickly learning the language. So this is a difference with some refugees coming from other regions. The children that are in school learn the language very quick. Of course, it's much easier for Ukrainian children that have a good schooling system, education system in Ukraine to go to Belgian schools and learn Dutch than for Afghan teenagers who have almost never seen any kind of functioning education system. It's quite logic that it's for an Afghan boy of 14 years old more difficult than for a Ukrainian boy of 14 years old. So there are some differences depending on where you come from, the education system in your own country. But for the employment rate, we see similar challenges. It's improving, but it's not enough. And what is very similar to any kind of refugee is certainly if it's war refugees that did not plan their flight towards Europe. It's not migrating in a planned way. It's fleeing your country in an unplanned way. Most of those arriving want to return. The first period, most of those arriving want to return. It changes depending on your integration, but even more so the integration of your children. Your children go to school after 1 year, after 2 years, then you see they're learning the language, they are integrating, they probably have much more opportunities or another future here than when they return to a country which has been devastated by war. So it changes, and then people start to work more, I think.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have 2 minutes left. Rainer, you can put any of the questions that...
First answer, all the people, yes, they need training. We would also have to reconsider our payment scales, because usually we have payment systems where the older you get, the more you earn, but you're not getting more productive the older you are. So I think this needs to be addressed. And still, the majority of older people going into retirement get into retirement from an active job and not out of unemployment. So at least these people could stay longer because they already have a job. It's more difficult for those who are unemployed above age 55 or something like that. Two more footnotes to Australia. First, Australia has no irregular migrants arriving there. This has been stopped, these boat people, and it was not more than a couple of hundred anyhow in the past. Secondly, Australia in the past has recruited people based on a merit system, most of them coming with high skills. Then you don't have to worry about marriage and family migration because high-skilled people usually don't get married to analphabets from their own countries, so that's an easy way. Third element, Australia doesn't have a large free movement, so only with New Zealand. In Europe, usually we fill our gaps on the labor markets with citizens of other EU countries. As I said, 2013, 2022, less than 4 million people admitted on a labor permit basis, but 14 million people moving from one EU country to another. Now, it doesn't help Europe as a whole because it leads to the depopulation of parts of Europe, but it leads to a better allocation of labor within Europe. So somebody who leaves Bulgaria and works in Belgium probably has a higher productivity. That's all we can say.
Thank you very much, Anna. I have to stop you there. Yeah. It would be lovely to continue the debate. Unfortunately, our time is up. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to you, our audience. I will now stay seated for a second. I'll give the floor back to my colleague. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed for that very interesting discussion, the first panel of the day. Dear audience, I would now like to invite you to join us for a coffee break just outside of the room, and we will reconvene here back at 4 p.m. for an interview with a very special guest. So see you soon.
Dear audience, welcome back. We have come to one of the highlights of our program, an exclusive interview with the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, under the title Europe's Future in Focus. I'd like to invite President Metsola on stage alongside Margherita Movarelli, Head of Communications and Marketing at the Martin Center, who will conduct this interview.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us today. It is a great pleasure and honor to welcome you, Madam President, to our Martin Center European Ideas Forum 2024 for this exclusive interview.
I was just telling Mikuláš that it's not so exclusive since I come every year, so I find it I'm just routine.
But we are sure you will have exclusive things to say. So yeah, we'll make it very interesting, I'm sure. A warm welcome to you, and also a warm welcome to our audience here today with us, and also to our online viewers watching us on the Martin Center digital platforms. Madam President, it is that time of the year when we usually draw conclusions, and 2024 was a very intense year, and it was also an important year, an electoral one, including the European Parliament elections. So, where do we stand now, and what has to come next?
Well, I think we stand here partially relieved, if I can say, looking back to the end of 2023, when we were expecting what in fact was a jumbo election year. First half absolutely focused from our end on the European Parliament elections, whereby you take a snapshot of the European Union, see where you are, very different to 2019, undoubtedly will be very different in 2029. Fear that extremist anti-European forces would have been able to compose majorities. Big relief on the election night when we could analyze a situation, fragile, vulnerable, but a situation where the center can hold and majorities could be built. Then we had French parliamentary elections, still a lot of instability there. UK elections, which brought a change of administration, and finally a couple of other elections, but last but not least, the United States elections, looking to what next year will bring elections in Germany and presidential elections in Poland. So 2024 ends, I think, with an understanding that democracy works. Voters went to vote, in some countries more than others. They showed skepticism. They gave us a message of a demand of responsibility. They asked for ways to be different, and they overwhelmingly asked from us as elected politicians to work towards a continent that needs to be stronger, one where we are entering the fourth winter of the war in Ukraine, and one where, justifiably so, as they would say, has been incoherent on many issues, and that's a demand that we cannot look away from now.
We'll come to the US elections and also to Ukraine later, but now I want to stay on the EU and the priorities that we see for the European Union. And when we talk about priorities, no doubt that we also talk about European competitiveness. So what do you think needs to happen in the coming years to make the EU more competitive globally?
First of all, coherence. If there's one thing that I think we all need to recognize is that, as Enrico Letta said in his report, we don't have one single market, we have 27 different ones. 2, integration. We celebrate the fact that we are a union. We celebrate the fact that we have removed physical borders for movement, but we're still very, very far away from making sure that our companies can be set up easily from one country to another, can move easily from one country to another. that capital can move freely from one country to another, that we are doing enough to harness the talent that we have on our continent and keeping it here, that we have not, and one example would be the automotive sector, for example, we have not protected our own. We have allowed, if I may say, countries with only and sole economic interests that are not always to our benefit to take hold. And essentially, our young people are asking us, are you doing enough to protect us? Are you doing enough to educate us? Are we doing enough for now, when we have a new United States administration, to stand on our own 2 feet? Where are we on critical raw materials? How are we with our relations with Latin America? Why do we always need to wait for a Spanish presidency to have relations with Latin America and discuss with our Latin American counterparts? Why do we not talk to our African counterparts about trade, about investment? I think all of this would need to be piled into what we need. You mentioned the word priority, but I actually talk about survival and how we can exist with purpose. We hear too much about the European Union being in decline. I don't want to hear that word anymore. But realistically, when we look over the last decade, where the US economy has grown by 1.1% and the European Union one has grown by 0.8, we have a problem. When realistically we see how many patents, so we are the #1 continent for creation of patents. But in terms of putting them into motion, creating companies on what our researchers find, our licenses we hold, we lose. So this is something that, and I'm happy to see also the program of the brand new commission that we voted on last week in Strasbourg, is one that will need to focus on that. Because for the past 5 years we have been, and that was a different time of course, first we had a health pandemic, and then we had, we would say, a legislation managed by crisis, including an ongoing war on our continent. But now we need to shift focus on how we live with making sure our continent bounces back, I would say. And the proposals are on the table. The raw material is there. The talent is there. The resources are there. How do we integrate? How do we make sure, and we can talk about, of course, the Savings and Investment Union, Capital Markets Union, we've been talking about a digital euro, currencies, we've been talking about this for a long time. We've been talking about, and this is something that we're asked, we've been talking about granting, for example, candidate countries, the Western Balkans, access to our Rome for free possibility, access to our programs. We talk a lot about enlargement. Will that be one of the things that we will focus on in the next 5 years? I certainly hope so. The European Parliament certainly hopes for. So I think a lot of lessons learned from the elections and also what people want from us, but also from the economic situation and how we can really regain our competitive edge, because we have the tools. It's how we use them and how we reach our ends that matter.
So we mentioned that elections took place across the Atlantic in the United States, and there will be soon a second Trump administration taking over. How do we, as the European Union, emerge as a strong counterpart in this transatlantic alliance within the new context?
I think we need to move away from the tradition, if I say, of what we had of America elects and Europe reacts. I think we did that in 2016. We are in 2024. We are in a very different situation now in 2024. We are, from a security perspective, one, much more vulnerable, but secondly, we've invested much more. If you think to the kind of discussions there were with our US counterparts in 2016 during the first Trump administration. But also, let's not kid ourselves. The last 4 years of the Biden administration have not been very easy for us either. And most of the time you would find a European Union that relies on 27 plus 3, I like to say, different voices. How are we going to make sure we find alignment on where we agree? At the end of the day, the United States is our #1 partner. I've worked quite hard with our counterparts from Congress, where we were sometimes voting on the same legislative packages, financial packages for Ukraine, for example. We were, and we will continue to be together in making sure we have that proper transatlantic legislative dialogue. But since then, if you see, we have a 36% increase in how much we've spent on defense from 2021 to 2023. But we still spend collectively 1.9% of our GDP on defense. Russia spends 9%. So where are we going to be across that table when we meet the new United States administration and we discuss alignment on Iran, for example? How will we discuss China with the United States? Are we going to spend decades negotiating trade deals when other countries can do that in months? So I think that we really need to, rather than wait for what the United States is going to do, and then, as I said in the beginning, we react, but rather we say, how are we going to react? Donald Tusk put it very succinctly about a couple of days before the United States elections when he said the time for geopolitical outsourcing is over. It was completely correct. We are the continent with a war. We are entering the fourth winter. We commemorated, as difficult as it was, 1,000 days of war with President Zelensky 2 weeks ago in the plenary. We spend, yes, more on defense, still a lot left. But at the end of the day, what we need to avoid, and this is what scares me the most, is a protectionist race to the bottom, because then nobody wins. And consumers lose on both sides of the Atlantic. And I think that has to be the thread that unites us when discussing what is important over the next 4 years.
I'd like to focus a bit on the defense aspect. Given Trump's comments on defense and this difficult relationship with NATO, does the EU need to step up when it comes to its own defense and security?
Yes. But I also think that when the comments that were made in terms of the European Union not doing enough, that was at a time when the gap between the European Union investment or NATO investment compared to the United States was huge. That was a time when, one will remember, we questioned NATO and its purpose and how the reasons for its creation were still valid today. Since then, Sweden and Finland have joined. The investment has increased. We've seen unanimity between member states. I would have told you impossible at the beginning of the war that this would be possible for sanctions on Russia. We see an availability for current, outgoing, incoming European leaders of states and governments reiterating, not changing their position on assisting Ukraine, trying to find ways to help, as what will clearly be Russia's tactic is to target Ukraine's energy and electricity infrastructure as we enter the cooler months. So I would make a distinction between what is said in a campaign and what is said as an administration. And without speculating, I am cautious, but also realistic that we can do better today than we did in 2016.
Indeed. So let's move again back to Europe and the enormous challenges that we face, especially in our European neighborhood. The situation in Ukraine remains very critical, and your unwavering commitment to support Ukraine has been a constant since the very beginning of the war. How can Ukraine, let's say, be stabilized after the war ends, and what role should the EU play in this effort?
Well, first of all, the unwavering commitment is not only a parliament one, but it's a union one. We see it also with extremely dedicated individuals on the European level, very happy, and this was a long-standing request by the European Parliament, and we welcome the fact that there is now a Commissioner for Defence. We also welcome the statements that have been made by the new President of the European Council and the new High Representative. And I say all this because it's important. That's not a given. This is something that we worked for. The majorities that we have, in order for us to be extremely fast when it comes to adopting macro-financial assistance for Ukraine, legislative instruments for ammunition supply that go through the parliament as a legislative proposal are adopted and voted within 8 weeks is not something normal. It is done because the commitment is there and the majorities are there. And that is what has kept us united, but has also kept the Ukrainians united. And when we meet our Ukrainian counterparts, we owe it to them. Because Putin didn't stop in 2008, he didn't stop in 2014, and he doesn't show any signs of stopping now. So we need to make sure, first of all, that the Ukrainians get through this winter. We need to make sure that if the Ukrainians ask us for help, we don't only promise it to them, but we deliver it. We were sometimes, actually quite a lot, too slow in delivering what we eventually delivered to Ukraine in any case. Now, does this mean that we need to have a proper and solid discussion internally? How are we in terms of preparedness? How are we in terms of human resources, in terms of our commitment on accession? How are we in terms of making use of extremely difficult but politically courageous and legally sound decisions on utilizing interest from frozen assets of Russia in order to help Ukraine? These are things that would have been unthinkable before the start of the war, but it was done. And I think that is the philosophy that we have to go into as we help Ukraine continue to defend its country, to defend its people against an illegal and unprovoked and unjustified aggression, and also move step by step closer and closer to us. And that means, yes, reconstruction, that means, yes, demining, that means, yes, bringing children that were abducted by Russia from Ukraine back home. That means returning safely refugees in the European Union, where solidarity of the European Union was shown so openly, and that's where you could see the true value of Europe in opening its hearts, its homes for Ukrainians. But we need to give our Ukrainian friends a perspective of what will happen. And at the end of the day, and we're asked this question a lot, I will fly to Warsaw tomorrow with the group leaders of the political group leaders of the European Parliament as we start to prepare for the Polish presidency. And in preparation for this visit, I have been asked, what do you think will be the outcome? And my answer has been very clear: nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. The easiest for us would be to be here and speculate about what could happen. But peace as an ultimate goal, with dignity, with justice, with freedom and territorial integrity, has to be everything we work for, because that is ultimately what our countries are built for, and that is ultimately what we, if I can talk about my personal experience when 20 years ago looked to the European Union in order to join it, because this was also the 20th year of the big enlargement, as we call it, and a very good enlargement and overwhelmingly successful enlargement, is one that where we were promised that freedom, that justice, that dignity, that territorial integrity. And that is the very basis of everything we need to work for with Ukraine.
Before we talk about EU enlargement, just a couple of words also on Russian interference in Europe, which is becoming a growing issue. How do we counter that?
By not ignoring it. For way too long we did, and we were warned. We were warned by countries that have long suffered such interference. We were effectively prepared for the European election, where we were, for sure considered a target. Why? Because the European Union is the antithesis of what anybody who wants to interfere with it wants it to be. And we're very proud of the values and our protection and how we really are united in that. We will now wait for the proposal on the so-called democracy shield. We need to also keep technology platforms and social media companies that are governed by our regime when we look at the implementation of the Digital Services Act, that those companies, our partners, abide by our rules in Europe. I am, of course, concerned that we are always one step behind. And this is not only for interference, but it is also with an expectation of how we can regulate, if we can regulate the whole vast artificial intelligence field. But also I can tell you that as a mother, I'm worried about what my children see online and what my children learn online. And you could see it during the campaign. And this is what we continue to be concerned about, you know, voter manipulation, candidate impersonation. These are things that will become much more widespread. They can because of technology, and it's in the interest of certain autocracies to use them. So we need to have a very strong resolve. We need to have a very strong legislative framework, but we need to have, most importantly, an enforcement framework. And that enforcement framework will require all European Union authorities, especially in those countries, especially for those campaigns where we can see that they are going to be direct targets.
And in your view, how do we achieve a successful integration? When we speak about the enlargement process, what are the prospects of this enlargement process? And how do we stabilize the region which is neighboring the European Union and ensure that the integration will be successful and that people will be satisfied with that in the EU and also in the countries that are applying to join the European Union?
By matching our words and actions with our rhetoric. If you think that there are countries that we have told for 20 years that they would join, and then campaign by campaign, council by council, summit by summit, they are told, actually, no, you need to wait a little bit longer. Or we don't even tell them we need to wait a little bit longer. We just say, thank you very much, see you next summit. I remember being on that side of the table and being told that. It is incredibly difficult to be able to, as a democratic leader in those countries, to go back to your people and say, do you know what? They've asked us to wait a little bit longer, even when we've done everything we've been asked to do. So, of course, it's merit-based. It is a step-by-step. Things do not happen overnight. But when a step is made by our partners, we need to match it. Otherwise, we shouldn't start. Because campaigns are won and lost on the hope of EU membership. And the way to EU membership does not only have to be full of obstacles. It can be also full of incentives, access to programs, tangible programs where you can see it, where you can feel the European Union is going to increase the quality of your life. Pre-2024, everybody used to be afraid. 10 countries are going to join at the same time. This is going to change forever what the European Union is going to look like. Of course it did, but nobody would say for the worse. I remember the discussion before Romania and Bulgaria joined in 2007. I remember the discussion before Croatia joined in 2012. I mean, these are, and after every decision that is made, we always think that enlargement is a win-win. It's a win for the country that would have joined, and it's a win for the European Union. Is it easy? Absolutely not. Is it harder when you have a lot of reforms to do? Of course. But aren't those reforms aimed at improving a country? Judicially, protection of journalists, protection of minorities, making sure that, that your systems work, making sure that funds are going to be well distributed, making sure that there's transparency. All of these are what EU membership brings. And as I said, and there are some low-hanging fruit as well, that we could be ready and politically willing to do in order to give the populations of those countries a chance. Because the next thing we will know is that countries that would not like those countries to join the European Union to take over. And then we will have a bigger problem. And I think it is time that we have this discussion and that we do it openly, in transparency. Look, you have arrived, we can go to the next step. Look, you have not. Look, you have regressed. Look, we have to pause. All of this is a discussion to have. But the worst thing would be that we have all sorts of great summits where everybody takes a photo and goes home and does nothing. That's my biggest fear, as a message that we would be sending to the population in those countries. Frankly, we've done it for far too long. How much longer are they going to accept that we do it? Last thing, let's also celebrate the fact that finally we are close on Bulgaria and Romania joining the Schengen area. I mean, how long did that take? But we are there. And I think it's also in our interest to celebrate that finally our Romanian and Bulgarian colleagues, brothers and sisters can have access to the exact same rights that we have. But for far too long we said no. How could we justify that? That was difficult, but now we managed. And I think that that's something that we can look at also as 2024, having brought that much needed step to be made.
Yeah, and by the way, it's really impressive, the level of democratic resilience that we see in those countries immediately in the European neighborhood and the engagement of the civil society. And I would like to hear your opinion also about our European civil society and the role that it plays. How can the EU further promote civic engagement in the European Union and increase the political participation, particularly of young people? Because sometimes we see more engagement and more democratic resilience elsewhere, but sometimes in the EU we struggle, and you are strongly advocating for that. So what is your experience? What is your take? Is there something we can do more and or better?
Both, more and better. This election, we saw a huge increase of interest by young people. Our challenge was, how are we going to engage them enough for them not to retreat to the fringes and the extremes? That's one. How do we do that? By political parties not taking their voters for granted. By elected politicians looking beyond their immediate re-election, but behaving responsibly. Now, this is particularly difficult for a sitting politician to say it, but it's important to say it and to do it. Two, that you have candidates that span the demographics of your country. We still have way too few women members of parliament. It's still too difficult to be a woman in politics today. It's still too difficult to be the representative of a minority and get elected today in Europe in 2024. We talk a lot about it, but we don't do enough. And that requires all of us to place the same effort that I like to say those who came before us placed in us. Someone picked us up and said, you should be a candidate. This happened to me 20 years ago. And it was something that I thought impossible, especially if you come from a part of a society, a family that is not used to politics. But if we don't do that, we are not going to regenerate. And the risk is then that eventually young people will stop voting. And when young people stop voting, then we do no longer represent the societies that we are elected to represent. And to do that, we need to be more engaging, we need to listen, we need to make sure that they are involved at every step of the decisions. We need not only to celebrate, I like to say, women's rights and equality on the 8th of March every year, only to forget and remember again the 8th of March of the next year. I mean, same with every time we have a youth event of the Parliament, every time. Today, for example, is the day for a European Day of Disabilities. It's the same. We only talk about how still we have a lot to do in order to level up our societies on the 3rd of December. How can this be? So my commitment, my Parliament's commitment, and on this I can tell you that there is a huge amount of work that will need to be done, but the effort and the ambition and the will is there across the political spectrum. Because as people before us brought us up, we need to help bring people up with us. And if we engage, if we excite, if we manage to enthuse our younger generations, then they will vote, they will run, and they will lead. I'm convinced about this. But we just need to do more. And we don't need, I mean, we cannot avoid debates. We have to understand society changes, and we don't change, we die. Same for societies, same for political organizations, same for political parties. And that is something that I would like, and I give credit also, of course, to the Martin Center for being innovative, for being creative, but also for reaching out, going beyond the sort of classic barriers that we were used to, if you will. But I'm confident we can do it, and I think that we can always think of what we could have done better in the past, but we have 5 years ahead of us, and now let's make sure we don't waste them.
To conclude and looking ahead to 2025, what is the number one goal you will have in mind every morning before starting your work as European Parliament President?
First, I need to make sure my children go to school. And secondly, that's a classic mom reply. Secondly, you mentioned resilience in a lot of your questions. I think resilience is the key goal in everything we do. You know, we as a parliament will need to be resilient in keeping strong to our principles. We need to make sure that we do a lot to stay relevant in what we do, what we legislate on. And we also need a high dose of realism of where we are today. The world is difficult in 2024. I don't think it will be much easier in 2025. You need leadership, you need responsibility, and you need to make sure, and you said every morning, is that when I go to sleep at night, I know that I've done my best. Tomorrow is another day. I have to wake up and do my best again.
And on that...
At least I try.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you once again, President Roberta Metsola, for your time, for being with us today. And now I give the floor back to my colleagues for what's next in this European Ideas Forum 2024.
Thank you. Thank you, President Metsola, for taking the time to share these valuable insights with all of us here today. We will now be hearing from a series of partners in a series of back-to-back interviews. They'll be sharing some insights on the complex topics of digitalization and new and emerging technologies. These companies are major players in these domains, and their insights can contribute to more effective policymaking at the EU level. Our first topic of discussion will be key tech standards and national security, leadership, and connectivity. Please welcome Audrey Scozzaro-Ferrazzini, Vice President of Government Affairs EMEA at Qualcomm, and the Martin Center Policy Director, Peter Heffele, who will be conducting these important discussions.
It's a great pleasure to have you here, and I would like particularly welcome my dear colleague, Mrs. Ferrazzini from Qualcomm. You had been Vice President and now Director for 5 years, but you had also a career at Google and Amgen Europe, so you covered a wider range of even transatlantic relations, if I must assume. As my dear colleague Theo announced, tech is in the focus, the dramatic developments we have currently in Europe, also the legislative issues, of course. So let me start a bit in looking into the tech community, and you are a major player in this respect. We talk often about digital ecosystems, and one of the aspects is great open models and systems to revolutionize businesses, to enhance innovation, and of course, contribute to societal needs as well. What is your vision in this respect? What is the ideal world you would like to create, if I may say so?
Thanks, Peter, for the question, and very happy to be with you today. So if I would summarize the Qualcomm vision on digital ecosystem, I will use probably two words. First, freedom. And I think in Europe, freedom is part of our values, and as well choice. And I do believe that with the precedent mandate that we have seen a lot of important regulation for European citizens, but as well for, I would say, the business community and for the world. And the Digital Market Act, as an example, which I've been following very closely, is really the best example of what this vision could be, and the best enabler to have this freedom and choice for consumer and businesses. So that would be, my opening statement.
If you look into these developments in the generative AI, for example, one fact is that the development is extremely fast.
Yes.
And some argue, why doing regulation? Tomorrow it's already gone. And others, of course, argue that the European model which we follow is too much preventive, too much fear of regulations. Look to the United States. They let things run and then maybe later on try to regulate. Are the preconditions here in Europe very well set, or do you think we should change the approach in enhancing these innovative technologies?
That's I would say, the heart of the problem and the heart of the challenge. Should we continue to follow speed in order to be able to regulate the right way? Difficult to answer. I think it's not just about the speed, it's about the momentum and when to act. And I go back to the DMA, whether or not this would be, the vision that will help to open up mobile ecosystem and maybe open up Gen AI new services, we don't know. But it's like, for a recipe, do you have the right ingredient? Do you have the right cook? Do you have the right kitchen? Do you have the right, I would say, spirit of love to make, the mayonnaise work? We'll see. But I do believe that the momentum is now, and especially when you have technologies such as Gen AI. You might remember that 5 years ago, nobody knew about it. Still, many people don't know about it, and some businesses are created, and some people are using these technologies already. But what is important, I think, is how we can really use those kind of new services and technology to have a better life, to continue to be able to have freedom in Europe, building peace, and have prosperity. So I will not talk about speed, but I will talk about momentum and when is the right time for policymakers and for players to use the tool that we need.
I remember many discussions on open standards as one of the criteria and differentiated issues in Europe versus other countries. You, as representing your company, is very much a key player in open standards in communication technologies, be it 5Gs or the new generation of 6Gs. Do you think that will underpin or strengthen European leadership? Or is it a model which is not competitive to others, more closed systems?
So again, a very interesting question, thank you. The way I see open standards, and many people have different definition about what openness means. But to give the example of Qualcomm, which I know quite well, openness is part of the DNA of the company. So the company was created for people to communicate. Very basic. But remember a time, some of you might remember times when in order to communicate, we needed to be wired. So it's good, but you cannot really have this freedom. So Qualcomm created the technology that unwired us and make us more connected. And in order to do that, first you need brilliant engineers, you need visionaries, but as well, you need to think about how to have more people using this. Because, I like to talk to you, Peter, but I want to talk to everybody. Because that's just the reality. And I think with fundamental cellular technology, we've seen the 3Gs, we call them the Gs, it's a little bit geeky. The 3, the 4, the 5, we're already working on the 6. This is creating new ways for us to live and work. And this openness is really, in fact, embedded. I'm not going to say Qualcomm invented Europe, but there are a lot of synergies in this kind of project of freedom. And the 4 freedom that we have in the treaties are really embedded in the way that, as Qualcomm, we share technologies. So to give you a concrete example, interoperability is part of the openness. And it means that the device you have, as an example, is connected to a network. It could be connected to a different network from another country. Initially, remember, it was a time in Europe we had boundaries. And those boundaries, cellular connectivities, are just removing them. So it's really, I would say, one of the most important things that Europe created, and I still don't get why we don't talk about it, because this is the most important thing in life.
Well, for my last questions, I remember the discussion we had already earlier this month and talking about some elephants running around the room, and one elephant is the transatlantic relations.
Yes.
We had much hopes in the creation of the Trade and Technology Councils.
Yes.
One of the, I must say, not many initiatives linking both sides of the Atlantic better together, but telecommunication, digital sphere is the major issue. What do you expect with the new administration? It's a kind of crystal ball reading, of course, but I think there are a lot of common initiatives which should take place, and I leave aside the political dimension, which of course can never be aside. What's in your ideas of better connecting, creating more platforms, more exchange, creating even more standards together?
Yes, and that's the way, that's my vision for the future. So it's still the early stage, I would say, for the US and Europe to understand, what's going to be the future relationship. But we do have a lot of values together. And if I could use the example of the elephants, and I love the elephants. I'm a big fan of elephants and Dumbo, but I think what is important in the transatlantic relationship, and that the big elephant or small elephant or any size of the elephant can cross the bridges and maintain the dialogue and the relationship. And in this, the TTC was a very complex, challenging exercise, but very important to maintain the dialogue, especially with the various crises we have been facing. And I decided, in addition to my vision of, I would say, freedom, open standards, to as well cherish the importance of dialogue. And that's what I think will happen. It will be bumpy, like in every relationship. And, the more that sometimes you love someone, the more you can have a little bit of argument. This is how you can really value the relationship. So this will likely happen. But at the end of the day, as long as the door is not shut, and then there are bridges, whether they are wired, they are like connectivities, this is the most important thing. And probably this friendship between the two sides of the ocean is something that we all need to cherish as citizens, as business communities, as politicians.
Let indeed take us and take this message to the other side of the continent. And the upcoming months, I think, provide us with plenty of opportunity, but also the necessity.
Yes.
I would like to thank you very much for these very fascinating insights. It's a good start. I hope we can continue also in our center's work with these issues as a center which is very strong in transatlantic relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I need to go there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Audrey, for those interesting takeaways and for bringing Qualcomm's perspective into the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Marco Pancini, Head of EU Affairs at Meta, for an interview on joining the AI race, how to unlock Europe's potential.
Well, Mr. Pancini, we already tapped into the issue of AI. That is the buzzword for almost everything. Whether we have a precise idea of what it is another issue. But let's stay with the regulatory issue, because this is one, unfortunately, I must sometimes say, is affiliated with the European thinking, for the European philosophy. As a company which is very much at the front of tapping into new worlds, do you think that the current approach Europe has chosen in uptaking AI is the right way? Are we promoting developments, or rather the contrary? And well, you have worked with many international companies, Google, for example, and also as a lawyer, as an attorney in international law on particularly computer science. So what is your impression over the last 5 years? And you might give us also an outlook to the upcoming 5 years of legislation.
So first of all, thank you so much for having me today. It's a really pleasure to be with you and also to discuss about these very important questions. Look, I think we can start from the Draghi report, which says very, very clearly that in Europe we have a problem and that we need to solve it. And this problem is not really about regulation, because I think regulation is playing an important part, and actually there are some rules like the GDPR that really are important principles that Europe is exporting around the world, and we should be proud of it. The real problem is about the enforcement of regulation. This is where we should put our attention. A few months ago, we signed a letter together with other 40 companies from 40 European companies like Spotify, Stellantis, Prada, SAP, companies coming from very different sectors, where we highlighted a very important point. We need stability, we need clarity, we need a clear enforcement. We need the businesses, in order to be successful, needs to know exactly what are the boundaries, what are the red lines, what they can do and what they cannot do. And only with this clarity we can really be successful. So, answer to your question, of course, the legislative framework is something that we should have a look at, and I think the Commission is going in the right direction with the Commissioner Dombrovskis looking into simplification, looking how to streamline the rules, but we don't have to absolutely forget that the clear and very important touch point for every business in Europe is the enforcement of the rules. And in particular, if we have the time, we would love to give you an example, a clear example. The enforcement of privacy rules is something that we should actually look into. Because of course we have the single market, of course companies that are acting across different countries have a regulator that is from the country of origin. But because of the whole system that which requires, in most of the cases, also the intervention of the data protection authorities, there is really the risk that the processes become lengthy and with lack of accountability. And this is something that is highlighted in the Draghi report, is something that Europe should look into.
With your colleague, we already touched upon that issue of ecosystems, creating an environment which is suitable. You mentioned regulatory issues, but there is definitely much more. If you would have a cauldron of ingredients, what would you put in? Being back to the drawing board to some extent of the European design?
This is a great question. And by the way, we're coming from the perspective of a company like Meta, which makes of partnership a very important strategy in the way we are approaching to technology, AI, and more in general, this transition towards like a new paradigm shift in the way technology will interact with humans. I want to give you an example. The partnership that you have in place with Luxottica is something that we are very proud of. It is something that is putting together a technology company like Meta, which is looking into AI as the technology of the future, and a traditional, in brackets, company like EssilorLuxottica, which makes glasses. But actually, by the combination of the technology plus a great European company with an incredible value proposition, what you can build is really the platforms of the future. To use Mark Zuckerberg's words, our CEO and founders, he thinks that EssilorLuxottica could become from Italy
what Samsung is for Korea. And he also thinks, Mark, that in the future we are going to have as a technological platform not phones, not computers, but glasses. And here you can really see how the collaboration between European companies and technology companies from of course, from US, where this is like a very strong part of the industry, can really create a positive synergy and grow the ecosystem. Like to say in a different way, there are a lot of discussion about Europe lagging behind, and of course there are all the reasons that you can find in the Draghi in the letter report, but there is also the need for partnership for European companies to look at their strength and see what kind of collaboration they can put in place.
That's exactly the point I wanted to mention, because not following other models, I think tapping into the strengths of European economy, which is different. You mentioned the Italian ecosystem. We could mention here in Flanders or in Germany. I think that is the unique advantage which we do not sell very well, I think, also in our global debate on competitiveness. This is something which I often miss in the debate, tapping into the specific European approaches. That leads me to my last question. Indeed, the international landscape of AI is fastly evolving with competing models. The US, China, Europe is often mentioned. And we cannot avoid, of course, to talk about some risks, be it political ones, economic ones. If you would mention 3 issues which you are most concerned and which might need some further regulations.
I think youth is absolutely on top of our mind. We really think that in order to really be effective as an industry player in the field of protecting families and youth, it's very important to set a clear mandatory set of rules for age verification and make sure that the age verification is actually happening at where it's more easy for the parents to interact with the phone or with the devices, like, for example, at operating system level or at App Store level, by providing the possibility for parents and their kids to identify themselves at this level, and then giving the possibility for companies like Meta to offer control system to parents in order to make sure that they can have like a meaningful experience, give a meaningful experience to their kids on the phone. That could be a solution. But another area, going back to the regulation, which I think is very, very important, is looking into AI to avoid the same mistake that we are seeing happening in the enforcement of privacy. So when we look at the work that the AI office will do in the future, here I really think that there could be the risk that if we don't do this right in terms of clear enforcement rules, clear accountability, and stability in the way the AI Act is enforced by the AI office, we could have some issues. So I will mention these 2 areas.
Well, topics to be discussed, to follow upon the new commission, the window we are seeing over the next months and weeks are important, absolutely. I would like to thank you very much for these insights, enough stuff to catch up, and so we will continue.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another great chat. Thank you very much, Marco. And now for a final conversation on the topic of competitive solutions for a digital future, please welcome Claudia Selli, Vice President of International, External and Regulatory Affairs at AT&T.
Mrs. Selli, being Vice President of AT&T, but also worked extensively with the Euro-American Chamber of Commerce here in Brussels. You both worlds, politics and business, very closely combined. The Draghi and the letter report has been several times mentioned as the new documents, even the new Bible sometimes in European discussion. And well, the digital single market is definitely one of the core elements of this report and the competitiveness we often claim. What would you see as a first step in overcoming this still very fragmented single market as a precondition and as the core idea of European Union?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much to the Martens Center for organizing such an incredible event. It's very interesting, and thank you as well for having me here. I'm very delighted to participate in such an important debate. As regard to your question, as you know, of course, the Prime Minister Letta and Draghi reports provide an in-depth analysis of the competitiveness of the single market, as well as of the challenges that companies like us can face through the single market, and they come up with concrete suggestions. One of those is, for example, to deepen the integration of the single market by focusing on the key markets as such as the telecom, finance, and energy. And now, from our perspective, we certainly welcome, the Draghi and Letta report, because we think that there are clear political or policy guidance for politicians that they can follow and put in practice. Now, being an operator that serve other multinational clients throughout Europe, I think we have an overview also of the market, and we can certainly confirm that it's fragmented. While it has delivered great results, it's still far from completion. So there would be the need of harmonization, simplification, and cutting red tape, as well as cutting costs of doing business. And being as well an operator that is invested in Europe, I think our main goal is certainly to see Europe thrive, and with it also its sector, including the telecom one.
Yeah. Let us put it a bit more concrete in terms of the telecom market, which is absolutely crucial in terms of upgrading our infrastructure here in Europe. Going back to the drawing board, what would be immediate steps you would like to have to see over the upcoming months?
No, thank you. And I think it's an important question, and I can certainly start with the perspective of the broader sector to then maybe have a more specific view on what we do and what we see as hurdle. Certainly, if you want to create an healthy ecosystem and a healthy telecom market, I think some steps are certainly required. First and foremost, I think a lighter regulatory approach is needed. The sector is highly regulated, and so rethinking about regulation would be one of the elements I think needed to have the sector thrive. The second one certainly is also adopting pro-competitive and pro-growth policies, such as the spectrum, for example, which is an essential resource to provide services and to create networks that are needed for the future technologies. But the most urgent one, I would argue, that certainly is the harmonization and the creation of one single market, and not having the feeling of operating in 27 different ones. And from our perspective, certainly we can see that even if there is a willingness to have harmonized approach, it's sometimes difficult because member states, implement regulations in their own way. They might have different requirements for auditing procedure, for reporting procedure, and so far and so forth. And these add cost of doing business, and then deter also the willingness to enter into certain markets when you have more red tape. So we think that with some little tweaks and adjustment, a great success can be achieved, or certainly great improvement. And the new administration, the new European Commission, certainly has an opportunity here to size it and then to deliver, as it has been referred also before by other colleagues.
You mentioned already the radio spectrum. It sounds a bit technical, but physically speaking, it's the basis of all kind of communication. And we had seen this in the discussion on the 5G spectrum. Is the regulatory framework enough? Should we open that space, giving more access points to quite a wide range of topics?
Yeah, no, I think, this is certainly, as I was saying, the lifeblood of our industry, right? And so in terms of spectrum, we have been seeing a surge in demand of spectrum-hungry application, both in the US, but I think in Europe is a similar case. And the 5G market is not yet fully complete. And in order to do that, you need those competitive, policies that can really allow that to happen. And Europe has an opportunity also to shift gear in this respect. For example, allowing longer life licenses or a more harmonized approach, and more importantly, certainly giving access to more bands. It's certainly important in order to embrace new technology and to be able and also deliver to consumers consumers, the services that they are looking for.
Your company had been very vocal in supporting this open radio access network. I must admit I had to look after what it is, but the idea behind is very easy. You have to have an open system which is interoperable and others can join in. And I think that is a way maybe Europe can promote this. And we had discussed this issue of liberty, of openness, of access very extensively. That is indeed something which I think you would support. Could you come up with some concrete proposal? What kind of services, for example, can citizens and clients expect of this new architecture?
Yeah, so first of all, we have been, as you're saying, we have been talking for years about the benefits of an interoperable and certainly open wireless infrastructure, and this means that vendors and products can be integrated and talk to each other. And I think it's important, certainly for an operator, when you create your network, to know and understand whether those type of vendors can talk to each other before putting it on the network on a global scale. And those networks, I mean, there are examples of highly secured infrastructures, certainly, but those policies certainly create, competition, innovation, and can spur investment because you allow others to come into the network, right? And so we currently work with two important European vendors. One is Ericsson for the modernization of the radio access network, and then the other one is Nokia for the fiber equipment. So, and we are indeed part of the coalition that support this.
Do you think this is a model beyond European Union? Others will join in?
Yes, I mean, in the US, certainly this is a model where the government is also trying to support, and there are also trials in the field. But I think it can be implemented not only in Europe, but outside of it. Once you have the model, it's very difficult at the beginning because it demands a lot of investment. But then you are able certainly to embrace also future technology, and you're ready for the future once it's created and done.
Well, we're opening the window to a fascinating future, I would say. Things we can continue to discuss. I'm very curious what your company will deliver and how it will participate. I would like to thank you very much for these very valuable insights. Before handing over to my dear colleagues who will lead us to the further steps of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter and Claudia, and to all our partners. What an interesting set of interviews to highlight the needs of businesses when speaking about technology, innovation, and regulation. Our next panel debate will focus on defining Europe's role in today's geopolitics. Before diving into the topic with our experts, I invite you to answer the following Slido poll with the code EIF24. What role should the EU play in today's multipolar world? We look forward to hearing your opinion, as this interaction between our audience and our speakers is one of the things that makes EIF so interesting. And now, for the panel, I leave you with Peter Heffele, Martin Center Policy Director, who will serve as your moderator.
So, ladies and gentlemen, again, a very warm welcome to you here in the room, but also to our global audience. And one of our speakers will join us from Baghdad, so we are really global and even on the ground. We now tap into the issue of defining Europe's role in today's geopolitics. It's an ambitious topic and a wide topic, but I'm very convinced that with our excellent speakers here is Antonio, our treasurer and important member of the EPP group, but Teresa, our long-standing cooperation we had on many issues from Russia to China. And later on, my dear colleague Kaveh Hassan, who is currently with the Stimson Center, an expert on the Middle East. Another boiling issue will join us from Baghdad, right in the very epicenter of the geopolitical developments. Well, if you look around, 1,000 days of Russian war in Ukraine against Ukraine is highly divisive in the United States, if you look into the political and even societal divisions, the Middle East is still in flames. I don't know what will happen now with the latest developments in Syria. And on the other side, international organizations such as the UN or Corpus G20 are getting not necessarily weaker, and Europe's position isn't it. And if you put all these together, this is a big pot, a big cauldron of a very poisonous brew of, I would say, nationalism, imperialism, authoritarian ruling. That's not the world Europe has dreamt and worked and envisaged, I think, for years. But in this case, I must defend the European Union, I must say, because the maturing of the European Union's policy in geopolitical terms over the last years is quite amazing. I must say it's often more, I think, I'm more concerned about that in some of the nation states where we have talked about Zeitenwende, as we say in German, the shift of time, new epoch, but it's easy to announce. It's much easier and much more difficult to sell it to the audience and to maintain it and to have the financial resources. So we will talk not only about defense, definitely. We have to widen our view into other policy fields, from development policy to trade policy. Migration has been mentioned, but even issues like cultural diplomacy. That is the wide set European policymakers basically have at hand. We tap into different regions as well, not only different topics. Antonio, your expertise is very much with Northern Africa, for example, with Latin America. Teresa, I mentioned that already. You spent a lot of your life in Russia as well as in China. So Eurasia is the next big issue. And with Kavan, of course, we look into the Middle East, which is a rising issue and not always to the better. One of the questions I have is how can we as Europeans remain a global significant actor? We will discuss this first among us over the next roughly 20 minutes. Then we have a look into this little crystal ball of the Slido app, which show us your opinions, what you think, and then I would like, of course, to open the discussion to our audience to see what they have in mind if they talk about that topic. Antonio, you have dedicated years of your political career in connecting ties to Northern Africa. It's the neighboring region of your home country, Spain. Latin America, despite distant, is a neighbor as well. And we have seen now the assignment of a new commissioner for the Mediterranean region. I think these are important political signals. Yet I have to question whether we are really willing and equipped to tap into these new kind of partnerships. If I look into Mercosur, which is in limbo, the big trade agreement, Northern Africa needs a definitely different approach. I always ask, are we really prepared? Have we really understood what different perspectives and different approaches might mean in the years to come from a European side? Antonio.
First of all, Peter, thank you very much for the invitation. Although Secretary-Treasurer of the Martin Center, I feel invited to this panel, and I'm grateful for that. Borrell is leaving. Happy occasion for some, or not so for others. It is the end of nearly 2 decades of socialist domination of the External Action Service. Now we have Kaja Kallas. We don't know what this will bring. Her expertise as Minister and Prime Minister of her country in international affairs, also as Member of Parliament, is proven, so good news there. And also my good friend, Commissioner for the Mediterranean, specifically coming from Croatia. That's an important factor. She's well acquainted, and I'm sure she will do a splendid job. Starting from zero, and in an area where many of us, we have been calling the attention of the European Union for a long time. Big attention to Russia, of course, needed. justified, but also the South, that we have Africa, we have lost Africa, absolutely. The French have been kicked out from several countries, and sorry, I'm simplifying a little bit things, but in this time slot, that's what I have to say, because people know these facts. Russians and Chinese are running around in Africa, buying wheels, buying governments, people, and not contributing to the development of this country, so we still have the same problem. Mediterranean area, North Africa right now is a little bit more stable, but this is my area of, you say, of not expertise, but of, let's say, more knowledge from my case, but also Middle East, then I have to go a little bit more to the east. With the question of Gaza, I have just today, I had a meeting with the Israelis, with Egyptians, members of parliament, because we're trying so much that Egypt becomes also some kind of factor, you know, to try to bring together parts in a future also ceasefire, general ceasefire and truth, and also a peace agreement in the future, as has always happened in any clash in this area of the world for the 70 last years, always big clash, then, you know, some ceasefires, and then a peace agreement that unfortunately no one will respect. Well, these are facts, you know, that I would love as a European to change, but claro, with what tools? The Europeans, we don't have any leadership. We have renounced to leadership after the Second World War. We became under the umbrella of the United States. I'm at ease with that, I'm half American, but at the same time, also, I think that we became too complacent in everything. We constructed the most incredible welfare system at the same time, but from the foreign affairs security aspect, we renounced since 1945 to have any leadership in this. And I think that now we are paying the price. We left behind us a chaotic world in the post-colonization period. The Europeans, we were a disaster. First designing the frontiers between countries that did not exist, then also leaving Indochina, Middle East are clear examples of this. So, you know, I think that not only moral, we have a practical duty to come back again to the scenario. But first of all, we have to convince ourselves. We have to regain the strength and our leadership that we lost a long time ago.
We keep this issue, what is the specific contribution of Europe, despite all these historical burdens we carry with us and also the perceptions. I'm glad that Kaveh Hassan is now connected from us. Kaveh, you can hear us, and it's great that you have to wait for a second because I would move on to Teresa. Teresa, you remember also being quite often in the United States, this agitated, nervous discussion we had in front of the elections. Will the US in a Trump 2 era withdraw from Europe? Is NATO just an empty hull, or what is the role of Europe in an issue? But I would put it in a larger scale. You worked in Eurasia, and that is not only Russia, it is China as well. So we have to see this is one theater. And I think many Europeans have not yet realized, and even maybe the Americans have not realized, which I think is a strong argument for us versus the United States to say, this is your task, your responsibility to a certain extent as well. I would like to see, first of all, how we can better coordinate transatlantic relations despite these huge political gaps, which might occur soon if I look into trade. But I think we have to acknowledge that this is one theatre and we have to jointly act. I don't see that there's any decoupling from our side nor from the United States to a certain extent. What is the approach you would choose? How would you argue versus our United States allies to keeping them here, but of course with a massive contribution also from Europe? That is definitely without any question, I would say.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I just arrived from London, so I was a bit flabbergasted just rushing to get here. But I want to start with a quote from Antonio Gramsci, I know everyone doesn't agree with him, but he has, from his prison notebooks, he observed that the crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum, a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. And I think that this characterizes the polycrises that we're all going through. In the taxi coming here, I heard that South Korea just called martial law. So that's another problem that we have to think about on the bigger geopolitical picture. So there's a lot of instability, a great deal of uncertainty. But I would say the situation right now, and you mentioned cultural diplomacy, it was just announced today or yesterday that President Trump will be going to Paris for the opening of Notre Dame. So I think President Macron, who was the first to call him, to congratulate him, and I think he knows how to deal with President Trump, so he invited him to this grand opening, and I think that this is a good sign. Donald Trump 2.0 will be very different than Donald Trump 1.0. But I think that I have three scenarios. So the first I would call the Russia card. So this would kind of be the reverse armchair Kissinger, people thinking they can throw a wedge into the Sino-Russian relationship. We saw how Scholz picked up the phone to talk to Putin, breaking all the EU's kind of norms about not wanting to isolate Putin. I don't think that there is a chance to kind of put a wedge between Russia and China, although that this still is very popular. We see that this happens persistently. After the Shanghai Cooperation Organization event about a year and a half ago, Putin, who can speak for hours without any notes, looked up at Xi, read from a card, and said, "I know you have concerns about the war in Ukraine." So Scholz got on a plane and then went to Beijing and used this narrative of talking to Xi, I call it peace washing, to use his influence on Putin to end the war in Ukraine. Well, we're almost 3 years into the war, and that really has not worked out. So doing the same thing over and over again, we've heard this line before. So the second scenario would be China, the China card. And this is China's strategy to kind of court and seduce Europe. Europe might be unhappy with the Trump administration, so their idea is to drive a wedge in the transatlantic relationship and the seduction narrative and trying to hold the comprehensive agreement on investment, which is in the deep freeze, to use it as a carrot to try to show that Europe has other options, an economic. And then the third scenario is what I would call the transatlantic approach, that yes, some countries might be disturbed by Donald Trump, but we don't know what he's going to do yet. And he has an ability to be influenced. And I expect that Macron will try to use his influence on him while they're at Notre Dame saying a prayer for peace in the future. So I think that there are some very positive developments. Nevertheless, I'm still concerned, Brussels is a city with two major bureaucracies. We have NATO and we have the EU, and it took the Ukraine war to kind of bring them closer together, to have more discussions, more conversation. Nevertheless, it seems NATO, which has the US and the UK and other countries that aren't members of the EU, seem to have far more clarity about the China-Russia relationship. For political reasons, the Europeans don't want to acknowledge the Sino-Russian type of cooperation. You can't say all EU member states. It depends where you are. The Balts clearly see the Sino-Russian cooperation. Poland, other countries, not Hungary, but and also Spain, we saw recently with Sanchez going, saying China is a peacemaker, so helping strengthen that narrative. So I think, in my humble opinion, there's no China policy at the EU level. It's fragmented, and this is dangerous because China will throw wedges, and this will create drift in the EU and also put pressure on the transatlantic relationship, because I suspect Donald Trump will judge Europe by how they follow US policy in regard to China, because that's the US most important priority. But the other issue, as you were saying about defense issues, Europe has been complacent. It goes back to Eisenhower. Everyone has been asking Europe to pay more to take care of their defense. They've had a 30-year holiday from history. It's not normal not to invest in your own defense. And it's not just Trump. This is a bubbling source of tension with many voters in the United States. They come here on holiday and they're like, wow, this is so nice. Why don't they pay a little more for defense? And Europe has 10 times larger economy than Russia. If North Korea can manufacture artillery shells for Russia, I think Europe needs to be able to step up more and be more of a player in that area. Nevertheless, this kind of not burden sharing, but burden shifting should be done by prioritizing and helping to fill the gaps and prepare the Europeans for what is likely to happen in the Indo-Pacific. We don't want to see war, but Europe needs to be well prepared and make these investments now in heavy lift, all these things that the US will need if conflict breaks out in the Taiwan Strait, for example.
Well, indeed, that's the point I wanted to mention. We have to prepare for a double war scenario. I don't want to be a doomsday sayer, but the facts are on the ground, unfortunately. And many have now asked, what are the lessons we can draw from the Ukrainian war in terms of other conflicts? Might it be the Western Pacific or Cabo? I will immediately move to your region. But I leave the question first for you, or for both of you, of course. What lessons would you draw? Not much in technical issues, but really from a strategic point of view.
China is learning every day. They have been observing, even from back in 2014, they had a big conference. They invited people to China to discuss what was going on. So they've been watching this with laser focus really early on. And I think for them, what is key is the sanctions package. And so what we need is in transatlantic cooperation as a form of deterrence. That's the most important thing that Europe and the US can do together, to create a very strong sanctions package, which might make Xi Jinping think twice about doing any sort of conflict in the Taiwan Strait. But I think that also investing in defense equipment so that the US would not be tied down in two theaters is key. And time is really, it's going to become more and more expensive by not investing in defense. And lastly, because the EU is a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, one of the few treaties the entire EU is a signatory to. These are the arteries of trade. And if anything should happen to that, because China's kind of rewriting international rules and norms, the EU needs to stand up and advocate for the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea to actually guarantee their own trade security and economic security, which is becoming a key topic with this new commission.
Let's now move to the third epicenter. How about you? Oh, please.
It's not about China, because I subscribe what Teresa said. It's about turning back. But she touched a point. She talked about the European governments. And that's the reality, ladies and gentlemen. We have 27 governments. You cited Sanchez going in one direction. By the way, not my piece of taste, the man, you know, trying to, with my party, to bring down this government that has been, from the foreign affairs point of view, a disaster for my country, Spain. But okay, that's another thing. The thing is that, you know, we have these 27 opinions still ruling foreign affairs of the European Union. My advice is that, as we did not fail when the British tried to divide us for the Brexit negotiations without success, for the very first time in history, where the British in history always tried to have the Europeans divided for their own gain, absolutely justified, and survival in the past, it was the first time during the Brexit negotiations, and by the way, thanks also to the now Prime Minister of France, Michel Barnier, that we were all together negotiating. And there was not a single division in the European position. We have to do the same with Trump. But claro, at that time we had Angela Merkel. What do we have now? Scholz, I'm sorry to say, it's not my piece of taste for leadership, international leadership for the European Union. Okay, so I'm worried about that, and I think that in January, as Trump is taking the oath, Ursula von der Leyen should be in Washington next day with our claims, our also negotiating terms before he does. He's a businessman. And he knows the principle, who he hits first hits double. So that's what he will try to do, and we have to do it first. And we have to speak the same language. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we have to be a little bit less European in this, more clear and more to the point. And this negotiation is going to be tough. It's going to be very difficult for all of us, but we have to do it together.
Mm-hmm. Well, talking about unity, but also fragmentation and clear objectives, looking to your region, Kava, is rather the counterexample that highly divided on Gaza, for example, and now having a kind of progress in terms of peace. The next conflict in Syria has broken out again and caught us by surprise to a certain extent. Kava, having this long years experience also observing European action on the ground, do you think that Europe is a relevant factor in the region, or are we, as Antonio mentioned in the very first comment, rather sitting on the sideline? And if that is the case, what can we expect from the United States in a Trump 2 era?
Dear Peter, good evening. Thank you so much for the kind invitation, and good evening from Baghdad, Iraq. And also, I'm really pleased to join both Antonio Lopez and Teresa on this panel. So Teresa started with a quote from Gramsci, and I would like to compliment her quote with a quote from Lenin, when he said, before the October Revolution in 1917, long before that, there are decades where nothing happens. And there are weeks where decades happen. And that is indeed, the current situation in Middle East. Both October 7th attack, that was a big shock, that was a political tsunami, but also the attack by the Syrian opposition forces last week, which surprised even, many experts. It wasn't a big surprise for those who were following the situation, but still it was a big, big surprise, if not a shock. So, to answer your question, Peter, you have also, there was some discussions about the maturing of a geopolitical Europe. I think, indeed, we have seen over the past 2 to 3 years since the Ukraine war, the rise of a kind of a nascent geopolitical Europe, but that was only in Ukraine in relation to the Ukraine war, and not in relation to the Middle East. So I think no one else other than Natalie Toci very nicely put it when she said, and I quote, "The EU's approach to Ukraine held the premise of showing what is a geopolitical Europe, what a geopolitical Europe could mean. The Middle East reveals its demise," end quote. Of course, I understand the importance of the interest for Europe, why there's this discrepancy. Of course, what is at stake in Ukraine is way much more important for Europe than what is at stake in Middle East. But nonetheless, the developments in Middle East, the Gaza war, the war between Hezbollah and Israel, but also the recent shocking developments in Syria show us that developments in Middle East are inescapable for Europe. We cannot escape from Middle East, even if you want to. So, and I agree here with I joined a bit later, but I think from what I understood from Antonio is that there was this geopolitical regression from, by Europe. Indeed, even some people like the former NATO Secretary General, Jaap de Hoop Scheffer, he said, "We have been on a geopolitical vacation since the fall of the wall, actually," and that is indeed the case. That we have outsourced security to the US and outsourced the chips, the economy to China, and we went with a glass of white wine to the beach. That's over. So what I want to say is that in relation to the Middle East and the lack of leadership, nowhere else in the world than actually in the Middle East, we see this lack of global leadership, and particularly the lack of an European leadership. And the failure of the EU to devise a joint policy addressing the unfathomable humanitarian disaster, the unimaginable destruction of Gaza, and the resulting collapse of the liberal rules-based order of post-World War II have considerably damaged the credibility of EU and Europe in the region and hence it really decreased its relevance in the region. And based on my own work in the region prior to the Gaza war, traveling through Middle East, Iraq, the Gulf, other countries, Iran, Turkey, there was, in comparison to the EU, to the US, the EU had really the relative advantage of being perceived as a reasonable neutral player in the Middle East. And why? Because EU as an entity didn't have an colonizing legacy. Yes, European countries had, but EU not. And EU had a vision for the region, for peace. But now even that positive perception, unfortunately, has been tarnished. Now, Peter, also, during the discussion, there were some references to the culture of diplomacy. And here I would like also to say a few words about the culture of diplomacy as a tool in international relations and in relations to Europe's role in the Middle East. So the rise and coming to power of far-right parties in Europe actually further decreases the relevance of Europe and risks even damaging the vital interests of the continent in the Middle East. And I would like to just mention one example from a country where I am from. I'm from Netherlands. Recently, there has been discussions, and even in Holland, in Netherlands, but also it seems there is a plan by the government, the cabinet, to abolish studying Arabic at Leiden University, the oldest university in the Netherlands. Why? Because there are too many students, interested in studying Arabic, and it costs too much money. So apparently they have a plan, along with some other also, some other majors, to be abolished all the way, and from at the University of Netherlands. So, I mean, such plans are really extremely short-sighted, and they damage the national interests of Netherlands, but also if other countries will follow the suit, it will be extremely damaging to the national interest of European countries, of EU. Why? Because culture diplomacy is an important soft power tool in international relations. You need people who speak the language to understand the other, to engage, but also to protect your national interests. So you need human capacities, people who speak Arabic, relate to Middle East, in diplomacy, in businesses, in culture, but also in academia, both to defend the national interests and also to better understand and improve relations with the Middle East. So I would try, I'll finish for this part with the conclusion that an inward-looking Europe guided by fear is damaging long-term European vital interests in the Middle East. I give it there. Back to you.
Thank you very much. We will tap soon into the new government of Europe, the new Commission. But before that, I would like to ask you again to give us your opinion. And Slido is on, and we will soon hopefully see the results. Before we have that presented, we have it already. Then it's very fast. But let's going back to an issue, Kava, you mentioned already. Well, how is Europe acting outside, very much focusing, of course, with domestic issues? On the other side, if we look into the structure of the new government, we have a commissioner to the Mediterranean, as I mentioned. We have interesting and strong figures in terms of the commissioner for defense, for example, the new high representative. So there's people representing a strong vision of Europe. Might that help? And this is a question I would like to ask all of you from your different perspectives, be it the China angle, the Northern African angle, or even the Middle East angle. What is in the new package of the European Commission? Teresa, you might start, please.
Well, I'm really amazed at how balanced that all is, 30%. No one wants to be a mediator. So this idea of prioritized strategic autonomy, I would say maybe we should call it strategic responsibility. This idea of just, if you look at French defense spending, the more they talk about strategic autonomy, the more defense spending goes down. So it's kind of a paradox. And I would like to know if does NATO fit into all this, or is NATO going to be a husk and not exist anymore if they want strategic autonomy without spending on defense? That would be a good question. But I noticed one thing on all three of us. You mentioned complacency since 1945. You talked about the geopolitical vacation. I can't believe they're not drinking rosé, but white wine. And the holiday from history, which is what I said. So I think everyone agrees that there's been a level of complacency. You would put it all the way back to post-war, but I would say that 1989, with the fall of the wall, we also forget what happened on the other side of the earth. Tiananmen Square. So that was a year of, more strengthening of an authoritarian regime. They didn't forget history. They kept working and they had a strategy and a big plan. And everyone else was, drinking their wine at the beach. And I think that now it's caught up with them. So I think that I've heard this so many times from people, we should no longer be naive about China. But I think that there is this willingness, the Chinese have a saying, you can't wake up someone who pretends to be asleep. So the fact that, after almost 3 years of China supporting Russia, this war would have been over if China was not supporting Russia, not buying their oil, not sending dual-use goods, not sending lethal weapons like drones. Even yesterday, Annalena Baerbock announced that she agrees that they are selling lethal weapons. So to flirt with them and think of them as a hedge against a Trump administration, as was done in 2016 when he won at the Munich Security Conference, this idea was like, we don't like Trump, so we're going to turn towards China. Are we going to see a repeat of that, really, after all of this? Are we going to have amnesia about China's support for Russia because of political ideas that the economy might not have peaked in China? I think the economic data is kind of showing that we're past peak China. China's in a very difficult situation. So I think that we need to have a better geopolitical picture and understand their options, which I don't think they have so many. There's a war in Ukraine. We're going to see a strengthened Russia that's being helped by China. And at the same time, this narrative is growing within the EU that maybe we should hedge towards China and cooperate more with them. So I'm concerned about this growing narrative. But I'm a convinced European. I've lived here almost 20 years, and I really do believe in the boring miracle of the EU, and I fear that it's definitely in danger, especially with what you brought up earlier about the growing right in Europe. So this is a problem for promoting democracy worldwide.
That's an issue I would like to ask Antonio, because you tapped into this issue. Apparently, cover has disappeared for the moment, but this discrepancy between realpolitik on one hand, which some now call again, even in relation to Russia, to find a kind of peace, whatever that means, but on the other side, going into the identity of the European Union's project. How can we solve, if at all, these tensions, or do we have to live with these and muddle through these tides and uncharted waters we are ahead of us?
I heard Teresa speak about the extreme right, as a worrisome sign in Europe. May I add why the extreme right appeared? As a reaction to something else. I consider myself in the center of politics, center-right, the EPP. This is the values I have defended my whole political life. This explosion of populism and extreme right, not associated, but also, I would agree that the most, let's say, the most worrisome is the extreme right, specifically in Europe, not only for historical reasons. But also, the reaction to what? Because I am still trying to understand that I knew the results of the United States elections. There was a reaction also there to something that was there that people didn't like. You call it wokeism, you call it, left dominating European politics for many decades. Maybe, I don't know, in the United States, but here in Europe clearly. I mean, there has been a reaction. Maybe too far. It is our duty, I always say traditional, boring politicians, to recaptivate the attention of these voters. They are not guilty of voting other options, these options. We have to regain them and analyze with leadership What were the causes for them to vote this? And there have been mistakes. And people do not fear. Hassan talks about a very interesting thing, fear. Fear has appeared again in Europe. It appeared after the First World War. The economical crisis in 1929, the effects, specifically in Germany, but in many parts of Europe, fear appeared. And with that fear came communism, socialism, fascism, all the isms. So be careful, because we are now facing the same fear. Change of social situation, economics, no one knows what's going to happen next week, if I'm going to have my job, the quality of that job. Nothing is secure right now. Not to talk about the geostrategical situation around us, which is adding more fears to our citizens. The invasion of Ukraine finally was this wake-up call to Europeans. Okay, we have people that don't like us, because we thought that everybody loved us, and that we were the perfect ones, and that everybody wanted our model. But I have news to you, that's not the case. And we have to fight, like Americans did in the past, for our liberties and democracy. Now we have to do it also, because this is not for free. And this left, during years, didn't want to speak about defense, didn't want to speak about security. It was against political correctness to speak about this. I know I suffered. I was victim of the subcommittee on defense in the European Parliament.
Which will hopefully be upgraded to a full-fledged...
Yes, finally.
Support, indeed.
I was victim of this. I was the belligerent. I was the, now everybody is speaking about it. Okay, welcome to the club. Thank you. I hope that we have made it on time. Indeed. To defend our principles and our values, because our enemy is very dedicated. They don't want the virus of democracy to be spread between them. Putin doesn't want democracy, and others. And we have quite a bunch around us. Iran, no one speaks about Iran. Why? We have to speak about Iran. Iran has flights to Venezuela, by the way. Interesting factors, of how they are coordinating these people. While we are, still looking where is the problem. Be careful with that.
Well, you three, and hope Kasa will soon be able to rejoin us. You painted a white canvas, a lot of sketches. I would like now to give you, ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity to share your thoughts. Please keep it very short. We have roughly 10 minutes for this public discussion.
I don't know if I was provocative enough. Let's see.
I'm quite convinced that you are. My colleagues have the microphone. Please let us know with whom you are affiliated, and keep it very precisely in terms of either comment or a question. Who would like to start first? Anybody? Apparently not provocative enough. Well, delay. Please.
Hello, yes, my name's Sandra Kaduri again. Just two misconceptions that I think don't ever get addressed properly. One is that Europe has provided more to Ukraine funding in terms of support to refugees, budgetary aid, including defense, than the US has. And that never seems to get shared or understood in the US either. And secondly, Russia is also the US's enemy, obstructing its interests in the Middle East, interfering in its country. So why is this also not a concept that is shared in the US itself?
So, as there are no further comments for the moment, I take you with the same round. You have the microphone?
Yeah,
yes, you do.
I'm Hussein Al-Waili. I'm senior researcher at the Gulf Center of Energy Security. So I have a question. How is actually three women at European landscape will faces and complex and magic Middle East?
We should have Kawa with us. I still hope that he will be back. But please, from your perspective, would you answer either to...
There's a question for Madame Fallon.
Yeah, okay. Then we start with you, Teresa.
So Can you reiterate your just repeat your question?
We have 3 women now as a leader, you know, Kaja Kallas, Metsola, van der Leyen. Okay, so they will lead European vision in Middle East. How the 3 women faces this is complex in Middle East. Middle East is more complex and more magic, I mean. So this is really, especially, you know, you have Turkey, you have Iran, and you have complex situation in the Gulf, and especially in waterways. This is geopolitics. It is very hard, and I don't know, those women, they have vision, they have external experience in Middle East or not? Yeah. Is it clear now?
Yes, thank you. Well, I think that there is always, it's not that they're just leading Europe. I mean, they can propose things, but it's, in terms of foreign policy, that's a member state prerogative. So they can kind of set a vision and a forward-moving position, but it's really, foreign policy is jealously guarded by each member state. In regard to your question about funding for refugees, I think that's great. I think Europe is in your neighborhood, and if Ukraine falls, you're going to even have millions more refugees. So this discussion about, I wish the war was not played out the way it has. I think the Biden administration has been far too wary, and there was a Putin's threat of using nuclear weapons really stopped, moving too rapidly inside Ukraine to support them. So I think that that's unfortunate, and it's a war of attrition right now. We'll see what happens. Trump could maybe break it out of this horrific period of extreme deaths. I agree, the problems in the Middle East, as the former British MP leader said, events, dear sir, events. So you might have a big strategy to work on Ukraine, and then you have explosions in the Middle East, as we saw unexpectedly with Syria. We see now more problems on the Korean Peninsula, which I think are deeply worrying. We see that the Indo-Pacific is connected through North Korean soldiers fighting in Kursk right now. We even have, the Russians are like trying to bring any people they can to fight there. So they've internationalized it incredibly. But to think that the North Koreans can have more artillery shells to be used by Russians in the war in Ukraine, I think is a huge problem. I hope that I'm nonpartisan, but I just hope that the next administration might move this ball a bit further, because the war in Ukraine, I mean, the Ukrainians are losing men, and they have been encouraged to draft 18 to 25-year-olds, and the Ukrainian government does not want to do that because that's their future, and they have really suffered terribly under this war. So the future looks pretty bleak, folks. The CRINCs, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, I would say that it's almost like the Avengers. Some are choosing sides, and I think that we have an optimism bias. We think that war might not happen. No one wants to agree it would happen. When the US was giving intelligence at the Munich Security Conference saying the Russians are going to invade Ukraine, all the top strategists are like, no, 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 we don't believe the US intelligence. So I see we have the Middle East expert back. Yay.
Indeed, and let me take this, Antonio,
yes, a word,
immediately in response to that.
I know 2 of them, Ursula von der Leyen and Roberta Metsola. And I can tell you that I'm very proud, and I know that they can do great things. They are 2 women with leadership. They have to be helped by governments around Europe, specifically Ursula. They can do. About Kaja Kallas, I don't know so well. She was not in my political family, but I have had conversations with her about the Middle East. Still, she has to a little bit, get closer to it. Okay, she's too much focused, normal. As Baltic, Estonian Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, in the question of Russia, Ukraine, and so on. I think that we will have to introduce her a little bit more into the, you said magic of the Middle East or something like that? Yes, we will have to do it. But Roberta, because of her Mediterranean upbringing, has nothing to discover. She knows very well the area, and I know her opinions and her actions. And Ursula, as I said, first day, January, after the oath, Washington, D.C., with our claims.
That's hopefully a slight change to the past, where we had been very reactive to a lot of issues. But Kava, having you back, the gentleman spoke of the magic and transparent situation. You always try to get some light and some also visions and recommendations for European policies. To put it in 3 points, maybe you can give us for the current discussion, that we're not going ahead without being very depressed and looking into a very gloomy future as it might be. But is there anything you tell us, please, make these first steps ahead? This is something Europe still can do.
Well, first of all, sorry for the bad connection. So, but I mean, in terms of hopes, glimmers of hopes, I have missed part of the discussion, but I think I hope we will see. And I listened to Antonio, and I agree with her about the strong leadership, and hopefully, the president of the Commission and will really also show leadership in the Middle East when it comes to Middle East. So one area where I think it's key to play way much more active role right now is also be present in the current diplomatic efforts in Middle East in relation to Syria. Things are moving very rapidly, and it's even for experts like me, it's really almost impossible to predict what will happen next week. So what you need is that you need to be present in the room when discussions are held and decisions are made. So we need first and foremost a very strong, robust Middle East policy from the EU. And second, I think we need a support to the Saudi initiative, in my view, to establish a Palestinian state. Right now, in my view, despite all the difficulties with establishing a two-state, Palestine, Israel, and I know that, and there are also other options, but I am a realist, and I think right now the only diplomatic game in town is a two-state solution. And for that, we have a plan from Saudi Arabia, and we have a global coalition led by Saudi Arabia. Hopefully, Donald Trump will be ready to, to reach an agreement with Saudi Arabia, where an establishment of a Palestinian state will be exchanged for normalization with Israel. And here, I think Europe can play an important role, trying to put pressure on Israel, both using carrots and sticks, but also, the Palestinians, so here I see definitely an opportunity for EU going forward. And there is a small glimmer of hope in the Middle East, and that was the ceasefire in Lebanon, actually, which was brokered by Biden's administration. And so, that ceasefire gives some respite. It's not the solution to the problem in Lebanon or in the Middle East. It's a respite, but it needs to be consolidated through also a ceasefire in Gaza, but also looking to future through addressing the root cause of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, namely a dignified state for Palestinians and real security for Israelis. And here, EU can and should play a role, joining Trump and support and work with regional actors, particularly Saudi Arabia. Back to you.
Well, at least a kind of point to enter in. Ladies and gentlemen, we have still roughly 5 minutes, so if there's a second round and of interest in questions, I'm looking around a bit. Apparently there's one comment. Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a question for Madame Feihong. So regarding to the EU-Russia and also the further East relations. So I had the opportunity to be a member of Chatham House.
Of China?
Chatham House, yes. And also I worked in Central Asia for a few years. So my question is that, so because the future of Russia is highly unpredictable and highly risky, which would significantly influence the future stability of the Euro-Asia continent, as Russia has so many neighbor countries. So basically, in face of such kind of uncertainty, And so what do you think how the European Union may strategically engage with Central Asian countries, or maybe, let's say, the Council of Turkic States member countries, in order to gain the deeper insights of the future regional dynamics and mitigates the risks of the highly level of the unpredictability of the Russia's internal, political and societal situations. So
that's for Nobel Prize. The answer is for a Nobel Prize.
I think we would like, as we're going soon to close, Clarissa, the issue of Central Asia has always been a played role in European foreign policy. I remember several strategies. Now with the changing situation, you gentlemen referred to the uncertainty of Russia. This becomes another issue which we have to link up. And we do not talk about Turkey because that would open a vast field of another discussion. But maybe a short comment on that side, what Europe should do.
Okay, I think that Europe is trying to become more engaged because of their program Global Gateway. I agree, Central Asia has long been neglected by Europeans. I was in Uzbekistan and I went to visit the EU delegation there, and they were so happy. They're like, no one ever comes and sees us. So they're really happy that some people care. So I understand it's difficult. There's a lot of demands on EU funding and diplomatic attention, but I do hope that they will become more active. And I've read some promising articles. Yes, it's like we've seen many. This is like the fourth attempt to come up with a competing infrastructure project, the Global Gateway. I mean, we can go back to the Juncker plan, then the Japan-EU plan, and now we've got the Global Gateway. So will it really get off the ground? That's, I think, important. Even if it can't match China's funding, for example, it's an option and it gives another voice and you can negotiate more. But I didn't want to end on a negative note because you did ask for 3 points. So to close, I would say that we're going through an incredible period of tech disruption, and that's contributing to this kind of poly-crisis. So the EU has all these funds, but why don't we have any big tech companies in Europe? So I would say perhaps a little less regulation and more funding for innovation and support, because Europe really does need to be a bigger player in this area, and just relying on the Brussels effect, it's not really working. The second would be, of course, invest in defense. That would contribute to their own strategic responsibility. And let's face it, the world is not looking too rosy these days that you can't do that. And lastly, support democracy. We saw that on the Slido. But look what happened in Romania. I mean, out of left field, through the intervention of TikTok and promoting this candidate that Russia really liked. And that's an EU member and also a member of NATO. So we really have to pay attention to all of these new developments. And I would say it's extremely worrying and showing how weak maybe democracies are in some other areas. And to conclude, education, education, education. The only way you can fight disinformation is having an educated populace. And we have to really put more attention on that and focus to help the next generation understand disinformation. So thank you so much.
Well, that's part of my wrapping up, but I would like to mention that the whole EIF 2024 is indeed dedicated to this topic. You mentioned the impact of technology, the economic developments, yes, the narratives of democracy to be promoted, but as Kava mentioned, yes, digging a bit deeper into better knowledge, better understanding of our neighborhood. That is a huge task. Each of us, I think, called to contribute. And Antonio, with a last word, please.
I do not have anything, and I want to make this clear, against the Russians. I don't have anything against the Chinese. I don't have anything against the Iranians. I do have something against the regime in Tehran, the Communist Party of China, and Putin. As long as these three factors are there, ruling these three realities, we are in danger. The day I mean, if I would have to make a bet which will become democratic in the future, I don't know. I know that the population in Iran is truly always fighting for more freedoms, so I would say maybe Iran, and that would stabilize immediately the area. Russia, this long war, I don't think is going to end well for her, whatever is the end talks or whatever. And China is the factor there, the last factor, I don't know. But, as I always conclude my remarks, the future in Europe will not be dictated by the Communist Party of China. And I don't have nothing against the Chinese. But yes, about the system that we brought down in 1989 in Europe and that we want to rule again in this world. Thank you very much.
Well, I have to unfortunately conclude this session. I would like to thank you. Kava, it's really great to have you with us, even sitting on a volcano and the bombs literally dropping on each of your side. I would like to thank also your valuable contributions, thoughts. That's definitely not the end of the discussion. I think we have a fascinating discussion ahead of us this evening, but tomorrow, of course, we continue in digging more deeper into these issues and taking lessons, of course. With that, I would like now to hand over the following session to the masters of the ceremony, who will introduce into the next steps of this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
All of our panelists for your thought-provoking insights. We're now going to take a very short technical break, and we'll be right back for the last part of today's program, after which we look forward to welcoming you all for a dinner reception right outside.
Ladies and gentlemen, to end our first day of EAF on a high note, I'm pleased to introduce an interview in media partnership with Euronews. This format is called the Europe Conversation and will feature the chairman of the Academic Council of the Martin Center and former Secretary General of the European Parliament, Klaus Welle. The Europe Conversation with Euronews is brought to you exclusively from the Martin Center flagship event, the European Ideas Forum. But now, please welcome Shauna Murray, European Affairs Correspondent at Euronews, who will conduct this session.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you very much for this evening. This, I think, is the final panel of the day. We promise to keep you awake and energized. And you're welcome, Klaus, and thanks very much for joining us here. There's so much to talk about, but I might just ask you a little bit, first of all, about the country you know best, and Germany, and the German politics at the moment. And I suppose your own assessment about how things are vis-a-vis the situation in Ukraine. I mean, do you feel that Germany is in the right position right now to lead or be part of the motor of Europe, given the domestic difficulties, the impending election? What's your assessment?
I mean, there are many people who are saying that because of the collapse of the government, now German leadership is missing. But the truth is that German leadership was already missing during the last 3 years. You know, a new word has been coined, which is called the German vote, which means abstention. And the German ambassador to the European Union had to write a kind of open letter back to Berlin saying, putting me into an impossible situation because I have no position to defend. And the reason is that the governing parties were very much aligned on issues of culture, like, say, same-sex marriage or cannabis and so on, but completely opposed on all things economic. And that's why they collapsed after only 3 years. So I think if you're looking for German leadership, that collapse is rather a good news because there will be new elections. And very likely there will be a two-party government with CDU-CSU and either the Greens or the Social Democrats. And I think you will be getting that leadership which you're asking for.
And I mean, that's not due for another few months, couple of months, February. In the interim, given what we're about to expect with Donald Trump in the White House, the potential escalation again of the situation in Ukraine, what would you advise the German government to do, or what would you advise Europe to do in the absence of strong German leadership?
I mean, fortunately, we had strong German leadership in the person of Ursula von der Leyen. Because when Germany wanted to send 5,000 helmets and France really didn't engage, she engaged, and we had the first sanctions packages after 2 days, and altogether 11 sanction packages. So I think that leadership is still there. That leadership has just been re-elected. There's a fresh team of commissioners. And if I understand her correctly, she has a couple of issues where she is deeply personally motivated to succeed. One is Ukraine, and maybe it's the number one. It's also enlargement. It's also climate change. So I think the continuity in Europe will come less from the governing side, which are in trouble, which are in crisis. We are looking at France these days. But the continuity is coming from the European Commission under the leadership of Ursula von der Leyen.
Do you believe then, with a new government in place, the situation will change dramatically regarding the support for Ukraine, military support for Ukraine, specifically Taurus missiles, and the use of them in Russian territory? We don't even know the context of the Ukraine war by February, but do you think that will change, and do you think that has to change? Is that a mistake by Olaf Scholz?
The leader of the German opposition, of the CDU-CSU, Friedrich Merz, has said he would allow Taurus missiles to be delivered. Of course, it will not be a one-party government. It will be probably a two-party government, CDU-CSU plus Social Democrats or plus the Greens. And I believe if it were to be an alliance with the Greens, Germany would more strongly engage, including Taurus missiles. The Social Democrats have a problem because their parliamentary group leader is also the leader, you could say, of the pacifist faction. And therefore, Olaf Scholz always had to do a balancing act with the left wing of his party. And he's a chancellor from Hamburg. And he might remember another chancellor from Hamburg, Helmut Schmidt, who was finally brought down by the pacifist at the time when he tried 40 years ago to deploy nuclear weapons in Germany of mid-range. So I think he's playing a very careful balancing act with the pacifist wing and his own readiness to engage. And the Social Democrats therefore present more limitations to engagement in Ukraine than the Christian Democrats and the Greens would do, because the Greens have a very principled approach.
Chancellor Merkel, in her autobiography, has defended her position as Chancellor in relation to accessing cheap energy from Russia, gas and oil and so on. What's your own feeling around this? Because that's something that Germany's been heavily criticised for, because it was despite all the clear warning signs around Crimea, Georgia, and interference in European and American elections.
I do not agree that Angela Merkel is singled out on this issue, because if you have a closer look, Poland was completely dependent on Russian gas. Czech Republic was completely dependent. Slovakia was completely dependent. Hungary was completely dependent. Austria is still completely dependent, more or less. And Germany was. It didn't start with Merkel. It started before. It didn't end with Merkel. It just ended because of the Ukraine war. So I think to see there a personal responsibility of Angela Merkel would not be correct. Personally, I've always been more a fan of Helmut Kohl than of Angela Merkel, but to criticize her for this, I think, would not be correct. And we also have to see this government, which wanted to do everything better, collapsed after 3.5 years. She successfully led a coalition government for 16 years, so I think we have to see her merits as well.
Because the Baltic countries would say that they sounded clear warnings to Germany, to the European Union over the past decade about a codependent or an interdependent relationship with Russia vis-à-vis energy. Would you then argue that that wasn't the case?
I think they were very clear, and I think we should have listened more. And the Baltic countries have the advantage that they had to live in the Soviet Union. And when I say live in the Soviet Union, this is too nice a word. Many of them were deported to Siberia. Yeah. We had an EPP group vice president who was born in the Gulag. This was an attempt for genocide, you could say, for national extinction. And still they survived and they imposed themselves and they became very important members of the European Union. And that's why I think it's a very wise decision to now have given the new brief for Defense Commissioner to Andrius Kubilius, because he knows that if he doesn't succeed that, he might bring his own country into trouble. He's got a lot of experience. He was twice Prime Minister of his country, and the combination of that with an Estonian High Representative and a Finnish Vice President who was working with them in a team, I think is a very clear signal that at least now the danger that's posed by Russia is clearly understood.
How do you assess the situation we're in now in relation to Russia when you're talking about an escalation, at least 10,000 North Korean troops, it's been Iranian support, Chinese support for Russia, and huge criticism around the European Union about what the future holds with regard to joint procurement and supporting each other around defence. Are we heading in the right direction? Because the discussion doesn't seem to be in any advanced way when it comes to defence bonds. How do you see things are? Are we in serious trouble?
Our president of the Martin Center, Mikuláš Dzurinda, asked us 2 years ago to work on the defense issue, and I've volunteered to coordinate that project, and we came up with a 10-point plan to build up a European defense. And many things can be done which are absolutely normal. We can spend more money on military mobility. We do already, but we need to spend much more. We can invest much more money into research for W's projects, products, for example. We can work on how would we deal with a catastrophe, not just wildfires, but military war. We needed to update our institutional infrastructure, for example. And we are seeing already progress. So we've been asking with the Martin Center 1.5 years ago for Commissioner for Defense. And we now have a Commissioner for Defense. We've been asking for more money for military mobility. And the European Commission decided 2 weeks ago that unused funds from regional funds can now be used for military mobility. That's huge. And the Defense Commissioner, Andris Kubilius, has proposed that we should get, as we had suggested, an EU DARPA, so like the Americans are having, so that we can compete also technologically. So I'm rather positive that not starting with the army, not starting with men in uniform, but that all the preconditions are built which allow us to raise the question, let's say, of our own defense in Europe in a more convincing way, and also meet legitimate demands by our partners, for example, in the United States. And when you come to financing, I think that the defense needs are so urgent, especially if Russia should continue to produce at the scale they are currently producing, even after a potential ceasefire in Ukraine, that we cannot wait for individual countries to find the money. I think defense might be the one area where, in fact, we could go for European debt, but then not just as a target, then for precise projects, let's say a European air defense that's protecting all of us. And the good thing would also be that then all the member states would equally participate in the financing of European defense. Because sometimes still some people believe Russia is a problem in the East. And that's absolutely wrong. Russia is also a major problem in Syria, which is in the southeast. Russia has now caused 2 major waves of migration, which is destabilizing our political system, first from Syria and then from Ukraine. And Russia is also a major challenge in the south. Nowadays, Russia is more or less controlling militarily governments in the Sahel zone from the very west to the very east, which gives them the possibility to destabilize Northern Africa, and with Northern Africa potentially also Southern Europe, whenever they want. So Russia is a challenge in the east, in the southeast, and in the south. And to be honest, you're Irish. I think the times when Ireland could just relax and say, look, we don't have to participate in these defense activities because we are very well protected, very well covered. The Irish economy defense depends on undersea cables with the United States. And we've now seen several attempts, the last one between Germany and Finland, to destroy this infrastructure. So I think it's also time that Ireland deeply reflects how it can defend its vital economic, political and military interests.
And have you had that conversation with your Fine Gael members here, or members of the European People's Party? I mean, that's obviously the party that's been in government for 14 years, and there has been no development on this issue. In fact, we just had a general election and actually don't think it was mentioned.
Yeah, if I'm correctly informed, then the outgoing Irish government started a kind of popular consultation on the issue of defense. And the first reaction it got from the people was pretty hostile, saying we don't need that, we don't need to go there. But I'm not sure that this position can hold. I think that position cannot hold. I think the new government, where I believe Fine Gael will again play a prominent role, has come in second in the elections after Fianna Fáil, with whom it has formed a governing part. The government only 2 seats short of the majority of 88 seats in the Gael. I believe over the course of that mandate, this government will also need to address issues of defence.
Do you think Ireland will come under some pressure from member states, from Coreper or the Council or the Commission in this regard? Because it seems to be quite light touch.
I don't think it will come under pressure, but I think it might have to reconsider its own vital interests. And whereas we used to believe that, that territorial position behind Britain and in the Atlantic that gave you a lot of protection, maybe Ireland is finding out that this is giving a lot of vulnerability as well.
I mean, on that issue as well, not just Ireland, but EU unity, are you confident that we are going to be unified in this confrontation with Russia for the next few years? When you look at the hostility when it comes to, let's say, NATO membership for Ukraine, or even Ukrainian membership of the European Union from countries like Hungary, Slovakia, when you have unanimity at the table, of the voting table, I mean, this is going to be problematic over the next while.
I'm encouraged by the record of the European Union on Ukraine. The first sanction package was passed after 2 days, which is amazing. Altogether, 11 sanction packages were passed. Within, I think, 2 weeks, the Ukrainian energy net was linked to the continental energy net. We've been very helpful on grain exports and so on, and all this was possible together in the European Union. So I think the track record is rather positive. But also more recently, if I have a look at the vote in the European Parliament on financing Ukraine with the receipts of Russian assets which were frozen, there was a nearly 90% majority in the House, from the very left to the very right. With the sovereignists out, yes, that's true, and the patriots split, but a huge sign of solidarity to vote this with nearly 90% of the House. So I believe the support in Europe is holding, the support in the European Union is holding. Of course, we might see an acceleration of events which is testing our resolve again. In case Donald Trump should be successful with his push for Russia and Ukraine to agree on a ceasefire, in case they should do that, the next day the question will be on the table: who is guaranteeing the sovereignty of the free part of Ukraine, which is still about 80%. And I think that question will be directed rather to the Europeans than to the Americans.
Indeed. On that issue, what do you see from a logical point of view, what is workable in terms of not Ukraine giving up territory per se, but having areas temporarily occupied, that could mean an end to the war, that Ukraine could move towards NATO membership? What would you say is a sort of a logical outcome?
I spent some couple of weeks ago, again another week in the United States, in New York, discussing also with experts on the American Council on Foreign Relations and with others. And it appears to me that the most likely scenario is that a kind of ceasefire will be agreed. Ukraine will not agree to cede territory, but it will have to accept that for a time which is unknown, this territory is under foreign control, under Russian control. And that, to a certain extent, is similar to the situation of West Germany and East Germany. So West Germany was free, West Germany was democratic, but the East was occupied by the Soviet Union. But we never gave up the hope, the vision, the desire to see the country reunified. We had to wait 40 years until 1989, and finally it happened when the right moment was there. But this meant that West Germany was safe. We had American troops, we had British troops, we had French troops. So I think what Ukraine can legitimately demand is that it will also be safe. And I personally do not believe that it can be safe without the support also of foreign troops in its own territory. And I believe that's most likely going to be European troops.
America would say, yes, not American troops, it would just be very specifically European troops that would guard territory within Ukraine that would be covered by a NATO security guarantee. Is that what you're saying?
I believe the Americans are focusing more and more on China, And I believe also they expect with some justification that Europeans take more responsibility for the security on their own continent. And I think that's what we have to do. And the way to do that in an efficient way is to strengthen cooperation in the European Union and between the European Union and NATO. And there cannot be a successful economic development in the free part of Ukraine without proper security. And those security cannot be the securities guarantees of the Budapest Memorandum. We all know the value of that, which was, let's say, very close to zero. So an end of hostilities will need a real engagement for the security of the free part of Ukraine. It will need helping them on their way, on their path to the European Union, because otherwise also there will be no foreign investment in Ukraine, which is desperately needed. But let's not forget also that Ukraine has a lot to offer. We should not just think about it like we are giving to Ukraine and Ukraine is just on the receiving end. It has a wonderfully educated population, especially the young ones. I've been in Ukraine during the war 3 times, twice in Kiev and one in Lviv. In Lviv at the law school of the Catholic University. And you can see these are top educated young people, which would all help us as well in what we are doing. And also Ukraine is incredibly raw material rich. It's only 0.5% of the surface of the earth, but they have 4.6% of the raw materials. That means 9 times more than what would be logical. So if we are speaking about strategic sovereignty, becoming less dependent on foreign countries, becoming less dependent on China, I think Ukraine is a good part of the answer to that issue.
I mean, you mentioned there the various ill-fated peace agreements with Russia of recent years. In what way do you think that Vladimir Putin would agree to this negotiated outcome that wouldn't just lead to further intervention? Or why would he agree to it in the first place?
Of course, it's speculation, but I think we are seeing these days that Russia is overstretched as well. I mean, they already could not intervene in favor of Armenia when Azerbaijan was taking back Nagorno-Karabakh. So it kind of failed in the security guarantees it was expected to give. And we are now seeing that they are very weak in Syria as well. So the Syrian regime is not only weakened because of the weakening of Hezbollah, but they're also weakened because Russia cannot really come to their rescue. And that's not just an issue of Syria, because Syria is also the Mediterranean harbor for Russia. And it's also the airfield from which they are doing the provisions for Africa. So if Syria should fall, and if Russia should not be able to maintain its harbor and its airfield, it will be significantly reduced in the Mediterranean, and its Africa policy will be in shambles. So also Russia is overstretched, and it has to take a decision whether it can afford to continue this war, not only economically, but also from its own ambition as a big power. Maybe some more fundamental point is the following. The Russian people are proud people. They will not be happy over the long time to become a raw material colony of China. And that's what they're about to become. China has not yet finalized the agreement on the delivery of gas from northern Siberia to China because they want the prices to go further down. Prices to go further down might mean that Russia has to sell below the cost of production. That's what's called a colonial exploitation. So can Russia, which is a proud country, can they accept to become a raw material colony of China? I don't think so. So I believe it's in Russia's self-interest to not just have one client and one customer for their raw material or for their gas, but to become a more respected part of the global order and global economy again.
But what would be the off-ramp for Vladimir Putin to agree to that? Because this sounds like a victory for Ukraine, somewhat of a victory for Ukraine. You're not giving up permanently or formally territory. It's with a view to taking it back within a certain amount of time. Greater Russia hasn't been recreated. Putin has failed. NATO has expanded. Why would he agree to this, notwithstanding all the important points he made about Russian influence in Syria and Africa being under threat?
I mean, Russia, when they started the war, were hoping for a very quick victory. A week, 4 weeks. That is clearly not the case. They are probably have lost by now 200,000 Russian people, which is a lot. Russia already has a demographic problem, which is major. So they also have limitations, which is, by the way, why they're bringing in North Koreans to die for them, or why they've been using very much national minorities to die for them. So Russia will want to negotiate at least a partial lifting of the sanctions. That might be on the plus side. But I think they will also be confronted by a tough position of the United States. You don't sit seriously on the negotiation table. They might double their deliveries to Ukraine. And the nomination of General Keith Kellogg as the chief negotiator or the chief, strategist on the issue is a very good sign, because he's a Russia hawk. He's not a Russia friend. He's a Russia hawk. He has been very outspoken on Ukraine. He published a paper on Ukraine a couple of months ago, which is really worth reading. It's kind of funny paper because 95% of the text he's criticizing Biden, and he says, well, why MAGA was right. But when you read the last paragraphs, it's tough on Russia and it's good for Ukraine. So he's been mandated, and I think that's a very strong signal that the United States is not just going to abandon Ukraine, but they will also put very serious pressure on Putin to sit on the table.
Because some of the appointments are slightly mixed messages, like Tulsi Gabbard, for example. She would be no friend of Ukraine.
Yeah, I think it remains a bit to be seen what's happening. Maybe some of the nominations were made to please a certain part of his audience, but he also knows that they have to go through the Senate. And the nomination of Matt Gaetz, I think, did hold for a couple of days. Then he was gone. I'm not sure that all the other nominations will come true. And if the lady would be nominated, I think it would also pose very serious difficulties for the Five Eye Cooperation. Are the British really going to give sensitive information into that network if they can't trust the head of the CIA? I seriously doubt it. And the same is true for Australia, Canada, and New Zealand.
Okay, so just, I suppose, in a word to wrap up, and we're coming into the new White House in January. We know that Donald Trump had a conversation with Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO, and the message was that Europe needs to do a lot more, but we know that anyway. Are you optimistic about the road ahead, even though we have no really idea what's facing us? But give us some idea, some explanation as to why you might take some solace or heart that Europe can get through this.
The first thing is, I believe we should be less fixated on foreign countries, foreign leaders, including Donald Trump. The key thing is to bring our own house in order. We have to be concerned if we are weak. So that's what we have to address first. We have to stop our weaknesses, and that's the case both in the economy, and I think the Draghi plan is giving a good outline what needs to be done. And it's also the case in defense, where the Martin Center presented a 10-step plan to go forward. And if we address, let's say, those weaknesses and become much stronger, which we normally do under pressure, it's a prime opportunity to do that now. Maybe an additional element. I don't believe that Donald Trump is an ideologue at all. There are many ideologues around him, but he's basically a deal maker. So what they try to do is to get cost off the American balance sheet and onto other people's shoulders. For example, in defense. For example, say, look, we might impose tariffs and then we can lower our own taxation. Basically like an old-fashioned trade unionist who is saying, look, we would like to have a 15% salary increase so that at the end there's going to be 5% as the outcome. I don't believe for a second that they will impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, but he wants the southern border of Mexico to be better controlled. So in the conversation of Europe, I believe one of the things seriously to be discussed will be our common approach towards China. So we will then see how much of the talk on tariffs is real and how much is in effect an old-style trade unionist approach to getting some of the issues better aligned.
Okay, well, Klaus Feller, Chairman of the Academic Council of the Martin Centre, thank you very much for joining us at the Europe Conversation. Really appreciate it. That was fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And I'll hand you back to Anna.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thank you, Klaus, for that incredible conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap on day one of European Ideas Forum 2024. We'd like to thank all our speakers, our moderators, our partners, but especially you, our audience, both here in Brussels and online, for following and engaging in the discussions.
Indeed, Theo, we heard so many insightful discussions today, and also I'm pretty sure we're all walking away with a lot of food for thought. But the good news is we have a very great lineup also for tomorrow, the second day of EIF, including a media partnership panel with Financial Times FT Live and exclusive discussions with the newly appointed Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Hanna Virkkunen, and European Commissioner Andrius Kubilius.
So we invite everyone to join the event tomorrow morning. We'll start with registration and breakfast at 9:15 and then kick off the day with the first panel at 10 o'clock. And now, for the lucky ones here in Brussels, we invite you to join us for a cocktail reception walking dinner taking place just outside the studio. Enjoy. Have a nice evening and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.